Tonight we begin with a discovery that changed the way historians looked at the earliest chapters of civilization. In the middle of the 19th century, archaeologists uncovered thousands of clay tablets buried beneath the dry soil of ancient Mesopotamia, as patient scholars carefully translated the strange wedge-shaped markings. Entire worlds seemed to awaken from silence. Researchers connected with leading museums and later supported by the studies from universities such as Oxford, Yale, and the University of Chicago confirmed that these tablets preserved some of humanity's oldest written records. Yet among practical accounts of trade, harvests, and kings, there lingered stories that seemed to whisper about something far older than memory itself. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you settle into this quiet journey, leave a comment sharing your location and your local time. It is always comforting to imagine listeners from every corner of the world drifting through history together beneath the same endless sky. You find yourself standing on a broad plain where the earth stretches toward a distant horizon blurred by heat. The air is warm even before sunrise. Fine dust rests upon your sandals with every careful step. Somewhere ahead, the outline of an ancient city slowly rises above the shimmering ground. Its walls appear simple from a distance, yet every brick carries the fingerprints of people who lived more than 5,000 years ago. Nothing moves quickly here. The wind seems reluctant, even far. The silence feels old. As you approach the city, the scent of baked clay mixes with dry reeds carried from nearby rivers. Birds circle lazily overhead before disappearing into the bright morning sky. The great rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates, nourish this land just as they have for countless generations. Their waters transform empty plains into fields capable of feeding entire cities. Records confirm that southern Mesopotamia became one of the earliest regions where large urban settlements flourished. Irrigation canals, organized farming, and monumental temples gradually transformed scattered villages into remarkable centers of culture. These achievements did not appear overnight. They emerged through generations of careful labor, quiet innovation, and shared belief. Yet something about this place invites another question. Who first believed these cities should exist? Your eyes follow the towering temple platform that dominates the landscape. Its broad stairways climb toward a sanctuary that seems almost to touch the clouds. Workers carry baskets of mud bricks while priests dressed in pale garments disappear through shaded entrances. Merchants arrange woven baskets filled with grain, dates, and fragrant oils. Children laugh somewhere beyond a narrow street before their voices fade beneath the steady rhythm of daily life. Everything feels familiar. Everything feels distant. The city breathes like a living creature. Among these busy streets, scribes sit cross-legged beside low wooden tables. Fresh pieces of damp clay rest before them. Using sharpened reeds, they press tiny marks into soft surfaces with astonishing precision. Each careful impression captures a transaction, a prayer, a legal agreement, or perhaps a story destined to outlive everyone present. The clay waits patiently. Unlike paper, it asks for nothing. Once baked by accident or preserved beneath ruined buildings, these humble tablets become nearly immortal. Centuries pass, kingdoms rise and disappear. Languages change, still the clay remembers. Modern archaeologists often describe this durability as one of history's greatest gifts. Fires that destroyed ancient buildings frequently hardened the tablets instead of destroying them. Entire libraries survived beneath collapsed walls, waiting quietly until curious hands uncovered them thousands of years later. Some of those tablets tell ordinary stories. A farmer measures barley, a merchant records sheep, a family settles an inheritance. These simple moments remind you that ancient people worried about familiar concerns. They planned for tomorrow, argued with neighbors, celebrated weddings, and mourned loved ones. But then the tone changes. Another tablet speaks of mighty rulers whose authority appears almost beyond imagination. Another remembers cities whose origins seem wrapped in sacred mystery. Another describes divine assemblies watching over humanity. The atmosphere grows quieter, not frightening, only thoughtful. Some researchers suggest these stories should be understood as symbolic expressions of political authority and religious belief. Others wonder whether fragments of much older tradition survived within these narratives. The debate continues because ancient texts often blend historical memory with sacred imagination so naturally that separating them becomes nearly impossible. Perhaps that uncertainty is exactly what makes them so captivating. Imagine a storyteller sitting beside an evening fire thousands of years ago. Children gather close while older listeners remain respectfully silent. The stars appear one by one above the darkening plain. The storyteller begins not with yesterday's harvest, but with events said to have unfolded in a time no living person could remember. Long before familiar kingdom, long before famous cities, long before ordinary history, his voice remains calm as he speaks of powerful beings, sacred order, and the origins of kingship. Whether every listener believes every word hardly matters. These stories shape identity. They explain why temples stand where they do. They explain why rulers deserve obedience. Most importantly, they explain where people believe they came from. One curious tradition found within Mesopotamian culture suggests that knowledge itself arrived as a precious inheritance rather than a sudden invention. Although many historians interpret these accounts symbolically, later generations sometimes imagined mysterious teachers emerging from distant waters to introduce writing, agriculture, and civilized life. It remains an unusual tale, sitting comfortably beside more practical explanations offered by archaeology. The contrast is fascinating. Evidence uncovers irrigation channels. Stories uncover meaning. Both reveal something true about the people who preserved them. As daylight slowly softens into evening, long shadows stretch across the city's narrow streets. Oil lamps begin glowing behind small windows. Cooking fires release gentle scents of roasted grain and herbs into the cooling air. Families gather inside mud brick homes while musicians quietly tune simple instruments nearby. Life continues with peaceful rhythm. Yet somewhere within the great temple complex, a scribe presses fresh symbols into another waiting tablet. Perhaps he records a king, perhaps he records a prayer, perhaps he copies a tradition already ancient in his own lifetime. He cannot know that thousands of years later strangers from distant continents will study his careful work. He cannot imagine satellites circling above the earth or electric lights glowing across modern cities. He simply performs his task with quiet dedication, believing memory deserves preservation. That humble act becomes extraordinary. Without realizing it, he helps build a bridge connecting your world with his. The clay does not shout, it whispers. Each surviving mark invites patience rather than certainty. Every translation opens one door while leaving another gently closed. Historians continue comparing tablets, refining interpretations and questioning old assumptions. New discoveries sometimes reshape familiar conclusions. Other mysteries remain untouched, despite generations of careful study. Perhaps that is how ancient history should feel, not like a completed puzzle, more like a distant landscape slowly emerging through morning mist. As darkness settles across the plain, countless stars appear above the silent temple. Their reflections shimmer faintly upon the slow-moving rivers beyond the city walls. The wind carries only the soft rustle of reeds and the distant call of unseen birds preparing for the night. Somewhere beneath these same stars, hidden beneath layers of dust and forgotten centuries, countless tablets still rest undisturbed. Their stories remain silent for now, waiting with remarkable patience for another careful hand to lift them gently into the light. Your mind drifts across a flat landscape washed in pale morning light. The horizon appears almost empty, except for distant mounds rising above fields of reeds. Beneath those quiet shapes lie the remains of cities that once seemed impossible. The ground feels warm beneath your feet. A faint smell of river mud hangs in the air, mixed with smoke from cooking fires. Somewhere nearby, water moves through a narrow canal, carrying the soft sound of life into the dry plain. This is southern Mesopotamia, where villages gradually became cities larger than anything earlier generations had known. Uruk, Eridu, Lagash, and other settlements began as clusters of homes, shrines, workshops, and fields. Over time, they expanded into crowded centers of trade, worship, administration, and political power. Archaeological records confirm that Uruk became one of the world's earliest true cities. Excavations revealed immense temple precincts, organized streets, storage buildings, and large populations supported by irrigation agriculture. Scholars from the University of Chicago spent generations studying the site, uncovering evidence of careful planning and concentrated authority. You can almost hear it. The scrape of wooden sledges crosses the packed earth. Oxen pull heavy loads beneath the sun. Potters turn clay with steady hands, while metalworkers hammer copper in shaded courtyards. Traders arrive carrying stone, timber, shells, and precious materials from distant regions. Nothing here feels accidental. A city of this size requires more than enthusiasm. It demands schedules, measurements, food storage, labor coordination, and a system capable of settling disputes. Someone must decide where canals are repaired. Someone must count grain. Someone must organize temple festivals. Someone must judge when obligations are fulfilled. Authority grows quietly from necessity. At first, power may have appeared practical. A respected household managed land. A temple official supervised offerings. A local leader coordinated defense against rival settlements. Yet each responsibility created another reason for certain families to remain close to the center. Influence became habit. Habit became tradition. Tradition became inheritance. The Great Temple stood at the heart of this developing order. It was not simply a place for the prayer. It controlled fields, animals, workshops, storage rooms, and workers. Temple households distributed rations, collected goods, and maintained relationships with surrounding villages. To modernize, this arrangement can seem surprisingly organized. Ancient cities were not chaotic collections of huts. They were complicated social machines. Although nobody used such a cold phrase while standing beneath their sacred walls, people understood the city through ritual. The temple linked earth and sky. Its priests maintained ceremonies believed to preserve balance. Its officials managed resources. Its scribes recorded obligations. Its festivals gathered thousands of people beneath banners, music, incense, and blazing sunlight. Power was visible everywhere. You feel it in the height of the walls. You hear it in the drums echoing through crowded streets. You smell it in the offerings burning before the sanctuary. Every sensation teaches the same lesson. The city possesses an order. That order has guardians. One unusual archaeological detail deepens the atmosphere. Some temple buildings were repeatedly rebuilt on the same sacred ground. New walls rose over older foundations, layer after layer, until the sanctuary stood above the surrounding settlement. It was practical construction, yet it also created the impression that holiness accumulated physically. The past remained beneath every step. A priest crossing a polished floor might stand above generations of buried rooms. A ruler making an offering might occupy ground used by forgotten predecessors. Authority, therefore, seemed rooted not only in the present, but in the depth of the earth itself. Perhaps that feeling mattered. Perhaps people trusted power more when it appeared ancient. Scholars continue debating how closely early temples controlled daily life. Some argue that temple institutions dominated production and distribution. Others believe independent households, merchants, and local groups possessed greater freedom than older models suggested. The evidence remains uneven because surviving records rarely describe every person equally. Clay tablets usually preserve the concerns of institutions. Ordinary voices are quieter. Still, their presence surrounds you. Women grind grain in shaded rooms. Children carry water from wells. Fishermen mend nets beside the river. Shepherds guide animals beyond the walls. Builders shape mud bricks beneath a punishing sun. The city depends on them, yet their names rarely endure. A few individuals become visible through lists of rations, contracts, court cases, and household accounts. Their lives enter history not through grand speeches, but through measured portions of barley and wool. One worker receives oil, another owes labour. A widow claims property, a child becomes part of an inheritance settlement. These fragments feel intimate. They also reveal how closely life was counted. Measurement became one of the city's deepest forms of control. Fields were measured, grain was weighed, days of labour were recorded, animals were numbered, debts were tracked. Human relationships gradually entered systems of calculation. This did not make ancient people emotionless. Families still loved, worried, celebrated, and grieved. Yet the expanding city required personal life to fit within larger structures. The same was true of leadership. A powerful household could not rule through strength alone. It needed alliances, marriage connections, loyal administrators, religious support, and a believable story about why its authority deserved to continue. That story often began with the gods. City rulers presented themselves as protectors chosen to maintain sacred order. They repaired temples, dug canals, defeated enemies, and provided offerings. Their inscriptions emphasized duty as much as glory. A ruler was expected to appear as servant, builder, warrior, and favored companion of the divine world. Conveniently, these roles also strengthened his family. The ruler's children gained privileged positions. Royal daughters entered temples or married neighboring elites. Sons received commands, estates, or administrative responsibilities. Brothers and cousins occupied important offices. Power spread through kinship like water through irrigation channels. It moved quietly. It nourished some fields more than others. For ordinary inhabitants, this system may have seemed natural because family already shaped every part of life. Land passed through households. Skills moved from parents to children. Ancestors remained part of identity. A ruler's family simply occupied the larger stage. Yet scale changed everything. When one household controlled soldiers, temples, storehouses, and scribes, family loyalty became public policy. Personal ancestry became a political weapon. A marriage could prevent war. A birth could create a successor. A death could divide an entire city. The streets remain calm for now. A distant bell calls workers toward the temple precinct. Sandals squeak against packed earth as people pass through a narrow gate. A clerk sits beside baskets of grain, pressing marks into damp clay. Nearby, guards watch the flow of goods with patient attention. No secret counsel is required. Power works openly. Its deeper patterns remain harder to see. You notice how the same families repeatedly appear beside temples and palaces. Their names enter contracts, dedications, and official lists. They gain education, land, and access to information. Each advantage makes the next advantage easier to obtain. This is not supernatural, it is more enduring. A bloodline can guide history without hiding beneath the earth. It can operate through marriage, property, education, ritual, and memory. It can shape decisions while appearing merely traditional. The evening light turns the walls the colour of honey. Shadows gather beneath balconies and doorways. From the river comes the cool scent of water plants. Music rises from a courtyard softened by distance. The city settles into darkness. Above it, the temple remains visible. Its silhouette watches over homes, workshops, fields, and canals. Beneath that silent form, thousands of people sleep within an order built by labor, belief, and inherited privilege. The first cities did more than gather humanity together. They taught power how to survive. A cool wind moves across the plain as darkness settles around an ancient settlement. Reed roofs tremble softly, and the last cooking fires release thin ribbons of smoke inside a small chamber. An oil lamp burns beside a clay tablet covered with carefully arranged signs. A scribe leans closer, his reed presses into wet clay. He is copying a list of kings. This is not merely a record of rulers who governed cities, fought wars, or restored temples. The document presents kingship as something far greater than ordinary government. It describes authority descending from heaven, entering the human world like a sacred force entrusted to chosen cities. The idea is simple yet unpally. Kingship does not begin with people, it arrives from elsewhere. The text known today as the Sumerian king list survives in several versions, copied across different periods. Scholars have studied its changing names, cities, reign lengths, and political arrangements. Researchers associated with Oxford and the University of Chicago have shown how the list combines authentic rulers with legendary figures, creating a continuous vision of power across immense stretches of time. You watch the scribe begin with Eridu. According to the tradition, kingship first settles there after descending from the divine realm. 2 rulers govern the city for reigns lasting tens of thousands of years. Their names stand at the entrance to history, yet their lifespans belong to a world beyond normal human experience. Then kingship moves. It passes from Eridu to another city, and then onward again. Each transfer suggests that political authority behaves almost like a sacred object. It can inhabit one place, abandon it, and reappear somewhere else under new guardians. Eyes beneath its cities fade when it departs. The ruler is therefore more than a successful warrior. He becomes the temporary vessel of an ancient institution whose origins lie beyond ordinary memory. His family benefits from this closeness, but even his household remains subordinate to the mysterious authority he carries. The earliest reigns are astonishingly long. Some rulers govern for 18,000 years. Others hold power for 30,000 years or more. Taken literally, the numbers appear impossible, yet ancient scribes copied them repeatedly, preserving their strange scale across generations. Why make the reigns so vast? Some historians see symbolic mathematics shaped by a numerical system built around 60. Others believe the great numbers separated sacred time from ordinary time. A ruler who lives for countless millennia does not belong to familiar history. He belongs to an age when the boundaries between gods, nature, and humanity remain uncertain. A quieter interpretation suggests political purpose. By placing kingship in a remote and supernatural past, later rulers could claim participation in an order older than any rival family. Their authority did not begin with conquest, ambition, or fortunate marriage. It belonged to the structure of the universe itself. That is a useful inheritance. A council decree might confirm control over fields. A military victory might silence opposition for a season. Yet sacred ancestry could make obedience feel timeless. It could persuade people that the throne existed because creation required it. The fire beside the scribe flickers. Outside, sandals scrape against the courtyard. A temple servant carries a jar through the darkness while guards murmur near the gate. None of them can see the enormous timeline forming beneath the scribe's hand. Their own lives occupy a few lines at most, while the earliest kings command ages. The contrast theme. Contrast seems deliberate. Human time is brief. Royal time appears endless. The list eventually approaches rulers whose existence is supported by other traditions and archaeological evidence. Among them stands Emma-Baragesi of Kish, one of the earliest kings whose name also appears in an inscription. His presence creates a narrow bridge between legend and recoverable history. You can almost feel the clay change beneath your fingers. A name once surrounded by epic memory suddenly leaves another trace in the material world. The legendary sequence does not become completely factual, but neither can it be dismissed as simple fantasy. This uncertainty remains central to scholarly debate. Some specialists treat the list mainly as political literature created to impose unity upon competing dynasties. Others believe it preserves damaged memories of genuine rulers and regional struggles. The document may contain both invention and recollection, woven so tightly that no clean separation survives. Its structure reveals ambition. Different cities had their own rulers, temples, gods, and traditions. They frequently competed for land, water, trade, and prestige. Yet the king list presents kingship as singular. Only one city appears to possess legitimate authority at any given moment. Reality was probably messier. Several rulers could exercise power simultaneously. Rival cities might each claim independence. Local leaders did not politely surrender because a tablet placed another dynasty first. Ancient politics, rather inconveniently, ignored elegant lists. Still, elegance can be persuasive. By arranging dynasties into a single sequence, scribes transformed conflict into succession, defeat became transfer, conquest became destiny. The rise of one city and the fall of another appeared as movements within a sacred design. A victorious king could therefore claim more than military success. He could announce that kingship had entered his city. His rule became the newest link in a chain stretching toward the first divine descent. That chain offered legitimacy. It also concealed disruption. Families were displaced. Cities were burned. Alliances collapsed. New rulers seized temples, fields, and storehouses. The smooth order of the list softened these violent changes into a calm progression of names. One peculiar detail adds another layer. A ruler named Dumuzi appears in the tradition as a shepherd who governs for an immense period. His name is also associated with a deity linked to vegetation, loss, and seasonal renewal. Whether the list preserves a human ruler, a divine figure, or a fusion of traditions remains uncertain. The shepherd image matters. A shepherd guides, protects, counts, and sometimes disciplines the flock. Mesopotamian rulers repeatedly used this language to describe their relationship with the people. It sounds gentle, although sheep rarely choose their destination. Royal care and royal control could share the same symbol. The king provided canals, walls, justice, and offerings. In return, communities supplied grain, labor, soldiers, and obedience. Sacred language made this exchange feel balanced even when burdens fell unevenly. The bloodline surrounding such a ruler gained enormous importance. His sons represented continuity. His daughters could connect temples and rival houses. His ancestors supplied prestige. His descendants promised that divine favor would not vanish with a single death. Genealogy became architecture. Each generation added another layer. Royal inscriptions often emphasized fathers, grandfathers, and famous predecessors. A ruler without a strong ancestry might associate himself with an older king, restore an ancient sanctuary, or claim special selection by a city god. Political legitimacy could be inherited, constructed, or carefully borrowed. The king list provided a vast reservoir for such claims. Its rulers occupied more than time, they occupied imagination. Their reigns formed a distant golden age when authority seemed larger, purer, and closer to heaven. Later kings could never equal those impossible spans, but they could present themselves as rightful heirs to the same institution. You hear the final marks pressed into clay. The scribe lifts his reed. The lamp flame bends beneath a faint draught, revealing rows of names that seem to descend into darkness. Some belong to living memory, some belong to epic tradition, others remain shadows attached to cities buried beneath centuries of earth. The tablet does not explain everything. It was never meant to. It gives order to uncertainty, joining rulers, dynasties, and sacred ages within one continuous line. Behind that line stands a powerful suggestion: humanity did not invent kingship through negotiation or force. Humanity received it. Perhaps the hidden bloodline begins there, not as proof of unusual biology, but as a claim that certain families stood closer to the source of order. Their bodies remained human, yet their position was wrapped in celestial memory. Beyond the chamber, the night deepens. Stars gather above the temple roof. The scribe carries the tablet toward a shelf where other records wait in silence. He has preserved names that will outlive palaces, armies, and entire languages. Kingship has descended. The clay says so. Whether it descended from heaven, from political imagination, or from humanity's longing for permanent order remains gently unresolved. The afternoon air hangs heavy over the city as sunlight presses against mud brick walls. Inside a shaded archive room, shelves hold tablets arranged by household, property, marriage, and obligation. The scent of dust mixes with wax smoke from a small lamp near the doorway. A clerk reaches for one tablet. It records a family, not a legend, not a divine assembly, and not a king with an impossible reign. This tablet concerns a marriage agreement, several fields, a dowry, and the names of witnesses who guarantee that the arrangement will be remembered. Power often survives through details like these. Genealogy in ancient Mesopotamia was not simply a matter of pride. It shaped inheritance, status, temple service, land ownership, and access to authority. A person's identity could depend upon parents, grandparents, household ties, and legal relationships preserved in clay. The family was a political structure. Within wealthy households, bloodlines helped determine who received fields, livestock, workshops, servants, and influence. A son might inherit property from his father. A daughter might carry wealth into another household through marriage. An adopted child could be placed within a lineage by formal agreement. Records confirm that adoption was widely used for practical purposes. Childless couples adopted heirs. Elderly people secured care, and households arranged succession when biological ties proved uncertain. The legal relationship could be powerful enough to reshape the future of an estate. This complicates the idea of bloodline. Ancient families valued ancestry, yet they also understood that continuity sometimes required construction. A lineage could be strengthened through law, ceremony, and public recognition. Blood mattered, but survival mattered more. You hear voices outside the archive. A merchant argues quietly with a relative over the boundary of a date orchard. Two witnesses wait beneath the doorway while the clerk prepares fresh clay. Every name must be correct. Every obligation must be clear. A missing detail could divide a household. A disputed inheritance might weaken an alliance, fragment an estate, or invite a rival family to claim valuable land. In a city where wealth and authority depended upon connected households, private disagreements could become public dangers. Royal families faced the same pressures on a greater scale. A ruler required an accepted successor. Without one, brothers, sons, cousins, generals, and temple officials might compete for control. Each claimant could produce a different story of legitimacy. One emphasized direct descent, another pointed to marriage, another claimed divine favor. Genealogy became a battlefield without swords. Royal inscriptions frequently named fathers and ancestors because lineage gave shape to authority. A king who could connect himself to a respected dynasty appeared less like an ambitious newcomer. He seemed to continue an order already recognized by gods and people. The formula was elegant. The ruler stood in the present. His ancestors stood behind him. His descendants waited ahead. Together they created the appearance of permanence. Yet permanence was often carefully staged. Dynasties collapsed. Rulers died unexpectedly, and outside conquerors seized cities. New kings then faced a familiar problem. They possessed power, but they lacked the ancestry that made power appear rightful. Some solved this by marrying into established families. Others restored temples built by earlier rulers. A few adopted old titles, copied ancient inscriptions, or presented themselves as chosen heirs of sacred tradition. An invented connection could become politically real. This possibility remains part of an open scholarly debate. Some historians read royal genealogies as reliable family records. Others warn that such claims often served propaganda, especially when a ruler needed to justify a recent rise. The names may preserve truth, strategy, or both. The uncertainty is revealing. A genealogy does not merely describe the past. It tells people how to understand the present. By choosing certain ancestors, omitting others, and emphasizing particular relationships, rulers shaped memory to suit authority. A family tree could function like a city wall. It defended the throne inside elite households. Women often carried these connections across political boundaries. A royal daughter sent to marry a neighbouring ruler did more than join another family. She created a living bridge between courts, temples, and territories. Her children might inherit claims from both sides. Her servants could carry information. Her dowry might include land, silver, textiles, or control over valuable estates. Her presence transformed diplomacy into kinship, making treaties feel personal and betrayals feel like family wounds. Marriage therefore became one of the quietest tools of expansion. No army marched. No gate was broken. A ceremony, witnessed by priests and officials, could alter the balance of an entire region. The joining of two households might secure trade routes, end a dispute, or strengthen a ruler's position against internal rivals. The city celebrated with music and food. Food. Behind the celebration stood calculation. A curious legal practice adds another layer to the story. Some marriage contracts included detailed penalties for abandonment, disobedience, or failure to provide support. These clauses remind you that sacred unions were also enforceable agreements shaped by property and duty. Romance rarely entered the tablets. Barley did. Fields did. Silver did. The archive records what institutions considered important. Affection may have filled the household, yet legal memory focused on obligations that could be measured, transferred, and defended. This does not mean ancient families lacked tenderness. Letters and personal texts reveal concern, frustration, loyalty, and grief. Parents worried about children, spouses complained about neglect, relatives asked for help. Human emotion lived inside formal structures. The hidden strength of a dynasty came from combining both. Family loyalty inspired trust, while legal records protected material interests. Sacred stories provided prestige, and marriage supplied new alliances. Education prepared sons for office, while temple appointments placed daughters near religious authority. Influence travelled through many channels. Blood was only one. Still, the language of descent remained powerful because it made privilege appear natural. A child born into an elite household did not need to earn access from the beginning. Teachers, scribes, relatives, and servants surrounded that child with opportunity. Knowledge arrived early. Connection arrived earlier. A young heir might learn writing, accounting, ritual language, and court behavior. He would know which officials mattered, which families held old grudges, and which temples controlled valuable land. Such education prepared him to inherit more than property. He inherited a map of power. A common labourer could possess intelligence, courage, and discipline, yet still remain outside these networks. The difference was not always ability, it was proximity. One family understood the inner rooms, another waited at the gate. The clerk in the archive continues working as the heat begins to soften. He checks names, seals, measurements, and witness statements. His task appears ordinary, but each tablet helps stabilize the social order. Without records, inheritance becomes uncertain. Without witnesses, adoption becomes vulnerable. Without recognized ancestry, a claim can disappear. Clay turns memory into evidence. That evidence favors those who know how to use it. A powerful householder can preserve generations of transactions, marriages, and titles. Over time, its archive becomes a fortress of legitimacy. The family does not merely say it belongs, it produces tablets proving that it has belonged for decades, perhaps for centuries. A poor household may leave far less behind. Its children still remember grandparents and distant relatives, but oral memory is fragile. Fires, migration, war, and hunger can erase connections quickly. Without scribes and archives, a lineage may vanish from official history despite continuing in living descendants. The silence is uneven. Some families speak through thousands of tablets. Others survive as a single name beside a grain ration. This imbalance shapes modern understanding. Archaeologists recover what institutions preserved, and institutions preserved what served administration. The resulting picture is rich, yet incomplete. Still, the surviving evidence reveals a clear pattern. Authority remained strongest when ancestry, property, law, and religion supported one another. A dynasty endured not because its blood possessed secret power, but because its relationships were recorded, repeated, and protected. Night approaches the archive. The clerk presses a cylinder seal across damp clay, leaving a miniature scene of worship and authority. The image confirms identity more beautifully than a signature. Gods, attendants, and symbols appear within the rolling impression. The tablet is finished. Another family has entered permanent memory. Outside, lamps begin glowing along narrow streets. Behind closed doors, parents discuss marriages, heirs, and obligations. Temple officials review appointments. Royal advisors consider succession. No single gatherer controls the entire future, yet every decision adds another strand. A marriage here, an adoption there, a field granted to a loyal son, a daughter placed within a sacred office. Slowly, these choices create a network strong enough to outlive individuals. The network may appear hidden because it operates inside households, contracts, and ceremonies rather than public battles. But its traces remain everywhere. They remain in clay, in property lines, in titles, and in names repeated across generations. The secret was never simply blood. The secret was continuity. The room is cool despite the heat outside, its walls thick enough to soften every distant sound. A carved wooden chest rests beside a low table, filled with seals, contracts, marriage agreements, and lists of property. In this quiet chamber, a household manages far more than domestic life. It manages influence. Behind every throne stands a collection of relatives, servants, tutors, guards, scribes, and trusted dependents. Some share blood, others enter through marriage, adoption, loyalty, or debt. Together they form the hidden structure that allows royal power to function from one generation to another. The palace is never simply a building. It is a household enlarged. Rooms divide according to duty and rank. Storehouses hold grain, oil, textiles, and precious objects. Courtyards fill with messengers, craftsmen, petitioners, and officials. Kitchens feed hundreds. Workshops produce clothing, weapons, furniture, and ceremonial goods. At the center lives the ruling family. Yet even the ruler depends upon countless people who understand the daily machinery of authority. A king may issue commands, but someone must record them, someone must deliver them, someone must confirm that distant governors obey. Power needs memory. It also needs routine. Records from Mesopotamian palaces confirm that royal households controlled estates, labor forces, herds, workshops, and networks of distribution. Archaeologists studying administrative tablets have reconstructed systems so detailed that even portions of bread, beer, Wool and oil can be traced through ancient institutions. The quantities are impressive. The personalities remain faint. Still, you can sense them moving through the palace. A steward checks baskets of grain. A female administrator supervises textile workers. A chamberlain controls access to private rooms. A cupbearer stands close enough to hear conversations never recorded. These positions may appear humble. They are not. Proximity to the ruler can become a form of power stronger than formal rank. A trusted servant knows moods, fears, rivalries, and family tensions. A tutor shapes the mind of a future king. A nurse may remain close to a prince long after childhood. Such relationships create loyalty outside official law. A ruler surrounded by dependable household members possesses a private network capable of carrying out delicate tasks. Messages can travel quietly, alliances can be tested, suspicions can be investigated before they become public. The household protects itself. It also watches itself. Royal families understood that danger often came from within. Brothers competed, uncles gathered supporters, sons became impatient, queens defended the interests of their own children. A palace could feel peaceful during daylight while private anxieties moved behind closed doors. Succession made every relationship more dangerous. The chosen heir needed recognition, training, and support. He might receive military command or administrative authority while his father still ruled. This experience prepared him for kingship, but it also gave him followers. A capable heir brought stability. A powerful heir could become a threat. Historians still debate how often succession disputes shaped the fall of early dynasties. Surviving records usually favor the victor, leaving defeated claimants in senile. A sudden change of ruler may reflect illness, rebellion, conspiracy, or a peaceful transfer concealed behind formal language. Palace texts rarely confess embarrassment. They prefer order. A royal inscription may state that a king was chosen by the gods, loved by the people, and rightful by descent. It usually says little about frightened advisors gathering during the night or relatives calculating which prince is most likely to survive. The silence is almost polite, yet family strategy appears in marriage arrangements. Royal daughters could be married into neighboring courts, strengthening alliances and reducing the chance of war. Sons might marry women from powerful local houses, binding influential families to the dynasty. Widowed queens sometimes remained politically valuable because they connected several generations. Marriage was therefore not a private conclusion. It was a beginning. Each union created obligations, expectations, and possible claims. A child born from a diplomatic marriage could one day demand land, titles, or recognition through both parents. Such children embodied cooperation, but they could also become symbols of rivalry. Blood-linked kingdoms. It also complicated them. A peculiar custom appears in some royal traditions where rulers married within closely connected elite circles. Modern observers often imagine secret rituals or mysterious genetic plans. The practical explanation is usually less exotic. Elite families trusted people they already knew. Property remained concentrated. Political loyalties stayed predictable. This strategy could preserve power, although it also increased tension within narrow circles, or when too many relatives possessed impressive ancestry, choosing a single heir became difficult. Everyone could claim closeness. Not everyone could rule. Adoption offered another solution. A ruler without a suitable son might recognize another relative or selected successor. Formal adoption could turn political necessity into legal kinship, allowing continuity without pretending biology had solved every problem. This reveals how flexible ancient bloodlines could be. Lineage sounded natural, but institutions shaped it. A person became family through ceremony, contract, recognition, and public acceptance. The legal bond could matter more than private truth because society needed a stable heir, not a philosophical argument about genetics. The palace preferred certainty. So did the temples. Temple offices often became part of household strategy. A daughter appointed to a prestigious religious position brought honor and influence. A son serving as a temple official connected the family to sacred wealth and ritual authority. Such appointments were rarely decorative. Temples controlled land, workers, offerings, and information. A family with relatives inside major sanctuaries gained access to networks extending far beyond the palace walls. The sacred and domestic worlds overlap. A prayer could support a policy. A festival could display loyalty. A temple appointment could neutralize a rival by granting prestige without granting the throne. This was elegant management. It was also deeply personal. Imagine a younger prince who knows he will never rule. He receives a respected office, fine clothing, servants, and a place within ritual life. Publicly, he is honored. Privately, he has been placed somewhere safe. Ancient courts understood such arrangements well. Give a rival dignity. Keep him visible. Limit his independence. No decree needs to announce suspicion. The household also preserved influence through economic control. Royal women sometimes managed estates, workshops, and staff under their own authority. Their seals appear on transactions, proving participation in administration rather than passive residence. This fact challenges older assumption. The palace was not governed only by men standing beside the throne. Mothers, wives, daughters, and widows could influence appointments, marriages, property, and access. Their authority depended upon circumstance, personality, and rank, but it could. A queen mother possessed special importance. She connected the reigning king to the previous ruler. Her presence strengthened continuity, especially when succession remained fragile. She might advise, negotiate, or protect the interests of younger relatives. Her memory held value. So did her household. She maintained servants, estates, scribes, and supporters who had survived an earlier reign. Through her, one generation remained active inside another. This is how dynasties endure. Not through a single unbroken command, but through overlapping circles of loyalty. Old officials train younger ones. Widows preserve alliances. Children inherit trusted attendants. Families remember favors and injuries longer than institutions admit. Every corridor carries history. A guard remembers which prince treated him kindly. A steward knows which estate secretly funds a faction. A servant hears which marriage is failing. A scribe recognizes when a royal title has been altered. Information moves softly through the palace. It rarely travels alone. A quirky tradition from later Mesopotamian courts suggests that even food service carried political meaning. Those allowed to serve wine, oil, or prepared dishes near the ruler occupied positions of unusual trust. The danger of poisoning made intimacy a serious privilege. A cup could reveal rank, a meal could test loyalty. The ruler eats beneath watchful eyes. Around him, the household performs stability, servants move in practiced order, musicians play softly, relatives sit according to status. Gifts arrive from distant cities, while advisors discuss harvests, borders, and temple repairs. Everything seems controlled, yet control remains fragile. A dynasty survives only while enough people believe their futures depend upon it. Household members support the throne because its strength protects their property, status, and safety. When that protection weakens, loyalty may loosen. A cousin begins listening to rivals. A governor delays payment. A marriage alliance cools. A servant carries the wrong message to the right person. No empire collapses from one whisper, but whispers accumulate. The palace chamber grows darker as evening settles across the city. A servant lights additional lamps, and their glow spreads across painted walls. Somewhere nearby, a child of the royal family recites signs beneath a tutor's patient supervision. The lesson sounds ordinary. It is not That child is learning language, numbers, ritual, diplomacy, and the habits of commander voice. Around the child stands an entire household preparing the future. The bloodline continues because the household teaches it how. The temple doors open before sunrise. While the city remains wrapped in blue darkness, a servant lifts the wooden bar and cold air enters the stone passage. The scent of oil, incense, and damp clay gathers beneath the high ceiling. Inside, priests begin their work. Their duties are not limited to prayer. They keep calendars, preserve hymns, manage offerings, supervise land, train scribes, and guard traditions older than any living ruler. Through them, memory becomes organized, repeated, and protected from ordinary forgetfulness. The temple is a house of worship. It is also an archive. Clay tablets rest in storage rooms beside baskets of grain and jars of oil. Some record offerings delivered by farmers. Others list workers, fields, animals, or ritual supplies. A few preserve sacred poems copied with extraordinary care. Each tablet serves a different purpose. Together they form a system. You move quietly along a corridor where the floor feels cool beneath your feet. A priest carries a small lamp towards a chamber filled with shelves. Another checks the position of the moon through an opening above the courtyard. Time matters here. Festivals must occur at the proper moment. Offerings must follow established order. Planting, taxation, and public ceremonies depend upon calendars that connect the sky with human responsibility. Records confirm that Mesopotamian temple scholars observed lunar cycles with remarkable discipline. Their calculations helped organize months, seasonal rites, and administrative schedules. Astronomy had not yet separated from religion, because the heavens were understood as part of sacred government. The stars were not decoration, they were signs. A change in the moon could affect ritual timing. An eclipse might disturb the court. The appearance of a planet could invite consultation among learned specialists who compared present events with preserved observation. This gave temple scholars unusual influence. They could interpret uncertainty. A ruler facing drought, rebellion, illness, or war might ask what the gods intended. Priests examined omens, dreams, animal behavior, and patterns in the sky. Their answers could support caution, sacrifice, delay, or political action. The practice seems strange from a modern distance, yet its deeper purpose feels familiar. Power dislikes uncertainty. Experts give uncertainty a language. Temple specialists transformed fear into procedure. A disturbing event did not remain meaningless. It entered a known pattern, received an interpretation, and required a response. This brought comfort. It also brought authority. The people who controlled the patterns could shape decisions without commanding armies. Their influence rested upon learning, ritual status, and access to records unavailable to most citizens. A farmer saw an eclipse. A scholar saw a precedent. The difference mattered. Training required years of discipline. Young scribes learned hundreds of signs, lists of words, mathematical tables, legal formulas, and model texts. They copied the same passages repeatedly until hand, eye, and memory moved together. Mistakes were corrected. Carelessness was noticed. The profession rewarded patience. Researchers from Yale and Oxford have studied school tablets that preserve hesitant handwriting, unfinished exercises, and corrections made by instructors. These small objects reveal students struggling with lessons in rooms that probably felt hot, crowded, and far less mysterious than later imagination suggests. A pupil might forget a sign. A teacher might lose patience. Human education remained human. Still, the training produced a narrow group capable of reading the city's deepest records. Literacy was not common in the modern sense. Most people could recognize seals, marks, names, or simple signs, yet advanced writing belonged to specialists. Knowledge gathered in small circles, Those circles often served temples and palaces. The result was subtle power. A scribe could decide how a transaction was phrased. A priest could choose which tradition was performed publicly. An archivist could preserve one document and neglect another. These decisions shaped what later generations believed had happened. Memory was never neutral. It had caretakers. Temple libraries preserved royal hymns, creation stories, laments, rituals, and lists of ancient rulers. Copying such works was not merely literary pleasure. Repetition kept cultural order alive. When a student copied an old hymn, the past entered a new hand. When priests recited a sacred poem, listeners heard familiar explanations of creation, duty, and authority. The story became trustworthy through repetition, not because every detail could be proven. Tradition gained weight each time it returned. A council decree might regulate a canal, but a sacred hymn could explain why the ruler deserved obedience. One controlled behavior directly, the other shaped imagination. The second influence lasted longer. Among the temple's most valuable possessions were lists. There were lists of gods, cities, professions, stones, animals, plants, and official titles. To modern readers, such collections can appear dry. Ancient scholars saw A-list placed the world into categories. It declared that confusing reality could be arranged, named, and taught. The person who mastered the list seemed to master a small portion of creation. This habit became one of Mesopotamia's quiet achievements. Knowledge was sorted. Memory was discipline. The temple did not simply preserve stories. It developed methods for holding information across generations. Even when kingdoms changed and languages evolved, one curious tradition imagined divine beings possessing tablets that contained decrees governing civilization. These sacred powers included kingship, craftsmanship, music, judgment, and social order. The tale suggests that culture itself could be transferred like a collection of precious objects. It is a remarkable idea. Civilization becomes portable. Authority becomes written. The story may not describe literal tablets, but it reflects a society deeply aware of writing's power. What was placed in clay could travel farther than any voice and survive longer than any witness. That awareness shaped priestly identity. Temple scholars stood between fragile human memory and the promise of permanence. They knew rulers died, walls collapsed, and rituals changed. Yet a carefully copied text could cross centuries. Perhaps this encouraged conservatism. Innovation risked breaking continuity. A changed line might alter a ceremony. A forgotten title could weaken a claim. A damaged tablet might erase a name connected to an important household. Accuracy became listed, at least in principle. In practice, text changed. Scribes adapted language, combined traditions, and revised old material for new audiences. Scholars continued debating how deliberately priests reshaped inherited stories to support contemporary rulers. Some see careful preservation. Others detect political editing hidden within familiar formulas. Both may be true. A priest could honor tradition while adjusting it. A copy could remain faithful in spirit while changing details. A divine genealogy might be expanded. A city could receive greater importance. A ruler's favored god might move closer to the center of a story. Small changes carried large consequences. Over generations, they could create a new past. You hear chanting from the inner courtyard. The sound rises slowly beneath the temple roof. Accompanied by drums and a stringed instrument, priests move in measured order, carrying bowls of grain, oil, and fragrant resin. The ceremony is public. Its preparation is not. Behind the visible ritual stand lists of materials, trained performers, selected texts, scheduled movements, and rules about who may enter each space. Sacred experience depends upon administration. Even mystery requires organization. The chief priest occupies a position of enormous prestige, depending upon the city and period. High temple offices could be held by men or women from elite families. Their appointment created a direct bond between royal authority and sacred institutions. A ruler might place a daughter within a powerful temple role. She would serve the deity, manage estates, and represent the dynasty inside religious life. Her position made politics appear devotional. The arrangement worked in both directions. The palace gained sacred support, the temple gained royal protection. Between them stood families whose influence crossed both institutions. This was not necessarily a secret plan. It was a practical alliance visible in ceremonies, land grants, and appointments. Yet its continuity could appear mysterious to those outside the inner circles. The same names returned, the same households occupied sacred offices, the same traditions justified their presence. Generations passed, and familiarity became legitimacy. By late evening, the temple grows quiet, the final offerings have been recorded, and lamps burn low in the archive rooms. A young scribe remains awake, copying a hymn from a damaged tablet. He pauses at a broken line. The missing words trouble him. He studies the signs before and after the gap, then chooses a phrase that seems correct. Perhaps he remembers another version. Perhaps his teacher once explained the passage. His decision is small. It may survive for centuries. That possibility rests gently in the silence. History can change through conquest, but it can also change through a single uncertain line copied beneath an oil lamp. The priestly guardians of memory did not control every event. They could not prevent floods, invasions, famine, or the collapse of dynasties. Their power had limits. Yet they shaped what survived. They preserved the names of Khuzd. They organized sacred time. They taught rulers how to appear chosen. They gave civilization a memory longer than any human life. The lamp flame trembles beside the waiting clay. The scribe lowers his reed. Memory continues beneath his hand. The chamber smells of cedar smoke and warm oil. A narrow opening in the wall reveals a strip of night sky, where stars appear sharp above the darkened city. Inside, a priest recites a sacred genealogy before listeners seated in silence. The names do not belong only to humans. Gods appear as parents, ancestors, patrons, and judges. Their relationships resemble a vast household whose rivalries and alliances shape the world below. Within that divine family, certain rulers claim a place unusually close to sacred power. The connection does not always involve literal birth. Sometimes a king is called the son of a god because the title expresses favor, protection, or political legitimacy. In other texts, rulers describe themselves as chosen, fashioned, or raised by divine hands. The language remains deliberately intimate. It reduces the distance between heaven and throne. You hear the priest speak of a ruler loved by a city goddess. The phrase sounds tender, yet it carries political force. If a deity embraces the king, resistance may seem like rejection of the city's sacred order. Authority becomes personal. The ruler does not merely obey the gods who belongs near them. Mesopotamian religion was never a single fixed system. Cities honored different patron deities, and divine genealogies shifted across regions and centuries, yet one pattern remained familiar. Human government often reflected the imagined structure of the divine world. The gods held councils. They assigned responsibilities. They granted kingship. They established boundaries between cities, peoples, and sacred duties. Rulers could therefore present earthly hierarchy as a reflection of cosmic hierarchy. The throne appeared not as a human invention, but as part of a larger arrangement woven into creation. Records preserved in royal hymns confirm that kings sometimes received language approaching divinity. Certain rulers were addressed with sacred titles, praised in temples, and represented as more than ordinary men. This did not happen in every period. It was not understood identically everywhere. Still, the possibility existed. A king could cross the symbolic boundary separating human from divine. Once that boundary softened, his family acquired a special glow. Children of such a ruler might inherit more than wealth and office. They inherited sacred association. The distinction matters. A family claiming descent from a successful warrior possesses prestige. A family claiming closeness to the gods possesses a stronger defense against rivals. Military strength can fail. Sacred ancestry can be repeated even after defeat. The story survives the battle. A hymn survives the body. One ruler could be remembered as a shepherd chosen by a goddess. Another could be praised as the beloved child of a divine mother. A third might claim that the god shaped his destiny before birth. These phrases were not casual decoration. They formed a language of legitimacy. A modern listener may ask whether ancient people believed such claims literally. The answer remains uncertain because belief rarely leaves simple evidence. Some may have accepted the sacred language completely. Others may have understood it as ceremonial praise. Many probably live somewhere between. People can respect a symbol without examining it closely. They can repeat a claim because society expects it. They can doubt privately while participating publicly. The same ambiguity surrounds stories of divine unions. Mesopotamian traditions sometimes described encounters between rulers and goddesses through ritual poetry. These accounts blended fertility, kingship, harvest, and cosmic balance. The language could be sensual without becoming personal in a modern sense. The ruler embodied the land. The goddess embodied abundance. Their union promised renewal. Scholars continued debating how these ceremonies were performed and whether they involved symbolic drama, sacred recitation, or physical ritual. The surviving texts remain too fragmentary for certainty. The debate reveals a deeper issue. Sacred bloodlines may not have been understood biologically. They could describe participation in ritual power. A king became divine through office, ceremony, and public recognition rather than unusual birth. Identity followed function. The throne changed the person. This idea may seem strange, yet ancient societies often treated titles as transformative. A priest entered sacred service and acquired a new status. A ruler received insignia and became guardian of order. A deceased king entered another form of memory. Roles reshaped reality. In such a world, divine ancestry could be politically true without being physically true. The claim guided behavior. Organized ceremony and justified inheritance. Its power did not depend upon modern evidence. People acted as though it mattered. Therefore, it mattered. A fringe theory sometimes imagines these divine genealogies as distorted memories of visitors from another world. Supporters point to descriptions of heavenly descent, unusual rulers, and gods who teach civilization. The idea is imaginative. The evidence remains weak. Ancient poetry uses symbolic language freely, and divine descent appears in many cultures without requiring literal arrival from the sky. Yet the theory persists because it transforms metaphor into hidden history. It also satisfies a familiar desire. People often prefer extraordinary founders. Ordinary development feels slow and untidy. Irrigation, trade, conflict, experimentation, and generations of labor lack the sharp mystery of a secret race guiding humanity. Still, the sacred texts deserve attention. Their importance does not depend upon proving impossible beings. They reveal how early societies explained authority, suffering, prosperity, and human dependence upon forces beyond control. Floods could destroy fields. Drought could empty canals. Disease could enter a household without warning. Under such conditions, divine favor felt practical. A ruler who claimed closeness to the gods promised protection against chaos. His success confirmed the relationship. His failure required explanation. Perhaps the city had sinned. Perhaps an enemy's god had grown stronger. Perhaps the ruler had lost favor. Sacred ancestry offered legitimacy, but it also created responsibility. A king claiming divine support could be blamed when order collapsed. The relationship was useful and dangerous. A bad harvest could become a political accusation. A military defeat could look like sacred rejection. Priests and scribes therefore played crucial roles in interpreting failure. They composed laments, prayers, and explanations that protected institutions even during disaster. The gods remained just. The system remained meaningful. Human error carried the blame. A defeated ruler might be described as arrogant or impious. A victorious ruler could then claim that divine order had chosen a better servant. The bloodline changed. The sacred structure remained. You step into the temple courtyard where moonlight lies across the stone. A statue of the city deity stands within the inner sanctuary, hidden from most eyes. Only selected attendants approach the sacred image directly. The statue is dressed, fed, washed, and honored. To modern thought, this may appear theatrical. To ancient worshippers, the image provides a physical center for divine presence. Ritual attention keeps the relationship between city and deity alive. The king participates in this exchange and restores sanctuaries, presents offerings, and dedicates precious objects. In return, inscriptions say the god grants long life, victory, justice, and a secure throne. The arrangement resembles a covenant. It is also public performance. Every restored wall announces devotion. Every inscription preserves the ruler's name beside the deity's name. Every festival places royal authority within sacred space. The people see the connection repeatedly. Repetition turns association into identity. Soon the king does not merely visit the god, he appears as the god's earthly relative. Royal children grow inside that atmosphere. Their names may invoke deities. Their ceremonies emphasize inherited favor. Their marriages strengthen sacred alliances between cities. A daughter entering a major temple carries the family's divine claims into religious office. A son receiving the throne inherits both political duty and sacred expectation. The bloodline becomes a bridge. On one side stands the human household, on the other stands the divine family. The ruler occupies the crossing point. This bridge could be strengthened through art. Cylinder seals, reliefs, and statues showed kings approaching gods, receiving symbols, or standing beneath sacred emblems. Images taught ideas to people who never read a tablet. The message required no explanation. The gods acknowledge this ruler. The ruler belongs within their order. Art made theology visible. It also made hierarchy beautiful. A king larger than attendants, standing before a seated deity, communicated rank through scale and posture. The viewer learned where everyone belonged. God above king, king above subject, order beneath heaven. The arrangement seemed complete, yet uncertainty remained within the sacred stories themselves. Gods quarreled, changed decisions, and favored different cities. Divine households were not perfectly peaceful. Perhaps earthly politics felt familiar because heaven also appeared complicated. A ruler could use one tradition today and another tomorrow. Priests adapted stories to new dynasties. Cities promoted their own gods as supreme. Sacred ancestry was powerful but flexible. That flexibility helped it survive. The priest's voice lowers as the ceremony nears its end. Names of gods and rulers pass through the chamber like echoes from a time no listener can reach. The genealogy offers no proof in the modern sense. It offers belonging. It tells the ruler where he stands. It tells the people why they obey. It tells the city that heaven remembers its name. Outside, the stars remain cold and distant. Inside, the sacred family feels near enough to touch. Perhaps that was the true force of divine descent. It made the universe feel related. The night air is unusually still, and the river reflects a thin, silver moon. Beyond the fields, a low mound rises from the plain, quiet and dark beneath the stars. Somewhere beneath that earth rest the remains of a city remembered as older than catastrophe. A clay tablet names its rulers. Their reigns defy ordinary time. One king governs for 28,000 years, another rules for 36,000. A whole dynasty lasts longer than the span separating your world from the first painted caves. These numbers seem impossible, yet the scribes preserved them carefully. The rulers belong to an age described as existing before a great flood divided the world. Their cities include Eridu, Bad Tibira, Larak, Sippa, and Shurapak. Each place receives kingship for a period so vast that the sequence resembles sacred astronomy more than human politics. You stand beside the mound and listen to the wind moving through dry grass. Nothing on the surface explains those immense rains. Broken pottery lies scattered beneath your feet. A few weathered bricks emerge from the soil after seasonal rain. The earth offers fragments. The tablets offer ages. Archaeological excavations at several early Mesopotamian sites confirm that settlements existed for many centuries before later dynasties recorded formal histories. Researchers from the University of Chicago and Oxford have studied deep occupation layers showing repeated rebuilding, flooding, abandonment, and return. Cities could possess extremely long memories. A settlement might disappear, then rise again above its own ruins. Later inhabitants lived on ground shaped by people whose names were already forgotten. Their temples stood over older temples. Their streets crossed buried courtyards and sealed rooms. Time accumulated vertically. A sacred building could seem ancient even to those who built its newest walls. Every foundation touched an earlier foundation. Such places encourage stories about beginnings beyond ordinary recollection. The earliest rulers may represent that depth. Some scholars believe their reign lengths symbolize the immeasurable distance of sacred time. The ancient number system made enormous calculations possible, especially through combination based upon 60. Large totals could therefore carry mathematical ritual and literary meaning together. A reign was not merely long, it was cosmically long. This scale separated the earliest kings from later human rulers. Their age belonged to a different condition of existence. When heaven and earth seemed closer, cities were newly founded, and authority had not yet become ordinary. The names themselves feel remote. Alulim rules at Eridu. Alalga follows him. Other figures appear at other cities, each carrying a reign that stretches across thousands of years. Very little is said about their personalities. They enter the list as names, places, and numbers. That silence makes them more mysterious. A detailed ruler feels human. A nearly empty name becomes a shadow. Was Alulim remembered from an actual leader whose life became magnified through oral tradition? Was he a symbolic ancestor connected to the sacred beginnings of Eridu? Or was he created by scribes who needed someone to stand at the opening of kingship? The evidence does not settle the matter. An open, scholarly dispute concerns whether any recoverable history survives inside the earliest part of the list. Some researchers see faint memories of genuine local rulers. Others regard the sequence as mythic construction shaped by later political ideals. The distinction may not be absolute. A real name can enter legend. A legendary figure can absorb historical events and can merge several people into one ruler, while a single reign expands until it fills an entire age. Oral memory does not behave like an archive. It preserves emotional truth more easily than dates. A great ruler becomes greater. A distant disaster becomes universal. A forgotten era becomes sacred. One unusual clue lies in the changing reign lengths. Before the flood, kings rule for enormous periods. Once the flood has passed, the reigns gradually become shorter and more human. The pattern resembles a descent. Time itself appears to weaken. Ancient people in several traditions imagined earlier generations as stronger, wiser, or closer to the divine. The world of origins was not merely older, it was fuller. Later humanity inherited only a reduced portion of its power. This idea can feel strangely familiar. Every age suspects something precious has been lost. The pre-flood kings embody that suspicion. Their impossible lifespans suggest a world governed by different measures. Whether those measures were mathematical, symbolic, or theological, they create a powerful boundary between sacred antiquity and human history. A quirky modern theory proposes that the reigns were not measured in years at all. Some writers suggest they counted months, seasons, or shorter ceremonial units. Dividing the numbers can produce lifespans that appear more reasonable. The solution seems tidy. The tablets remain less cooperative. Different calculations create different results, and no single conversion explains every reign consistently. The large numbers also follow patterns that appear intentionally constructed, making simple misunderstanding unlikely. Perhaps the impossibility was the point. The scribes knew ordinary people did not live for 30,000 years. They counted generations, harvests, debts, and labor with careful accuracy. Their administrative records prove they understood practical time perfectly well. When they wrote impossible numbers, they probably intended something beyond biography. The numbers may have expressed greatness. They may have encoded relationships among cities and dynasties. They may have placed the first rulers within a sacred calendar known only to trained scholars. One proposal connects the totals with significant numerical units used in Mesopotamian mathematics. Another sees political editing, where later scribes adjusted reigns to create a smooth and meaningful sequence. The calculations invite reconstruction. They also resist final answers. You imagine a student in a temple school copying the list beneath a teacher's watchful eye. The young scribe presses each number into damp clay, perhaps without asking whether it describes literal years. The task is repetition. The authority lies in the text. A student may not question what generations of scholars have preserved. Copying itself becomes an act of trust. The list belongs to inherited knowledge, and inherited knowledge carries the weight of age. The earliest cities gain prestige through this tradition. Eridu stands at the beginning, associated with ancient wisdom, fresh water, and sacred order. Its priority may reflect religious importance rather than political dominance. To claim first place is to claim closeness to creation. Other cities receive kingship in sequence, each becoming part of a wandering sacred institution. The list turns geography into destiny. Authority moves across the plain, selecting one city and then another. The pattern resembles a hidden system. No mortal family controls it forever.
Keeps it permanently.
Kingship arrives, remains, and departs according to an order that the text never fully explains. This movement may have helped later rulers understand political change. When one city fell, kingship itself had not failed. It had simply transferred elsewhere. The system survived defeat. That belief offered reassurance in a landscape where cities frequently competed. Walls could collapse, canals could shift, and dynasties could vanish. Yet sacred authority continued along an invisible line. The bloodline was therefore larger than one family. It passed through selected houses. Each dynasty held it temporarily. The earliest rulers stood closest to its source, where kingship still carried the immense force of sacred beginning. Their descendants, whether literal or symbolic, inherited only fragments of that original power. The flood forms the boundary. Before it, time expands. After it, time contracts. Such divisions appear in many ancient stories because catastrophe provides a useful explanation for lost greatness. A flood can destroy buildings, records, families, and political systems. It can also divide memory into two emotional worlds. There was what existed before, then there was everything else. Mesopotamia provided real experience for such stories. Rivers brought fertility, but they could also break banks and swallow settlements. Excavators have found flood deposits at several sites, though these layers belong to different dates and local events. No single layer proves one universal flood. Still, repeated disasters could nourish a shared tradition. One city remembered water entering homes, another remembered fields buried beneath silt. Generations combined such memories until catastrophe became cosmic. In the resulting story, the pre-flood rulers occupied the lost world beyond the waters. Their cities became thresholds, their reigns became monuments. Their names survive when almost everything else disappeared. The moon lowers toward the horizon, and the mound grows darker. Beneath it, ancient walls remain pressed into the earth. No palace chamber waits intact, no crown rests beside a royal body. Only fragments endure, yet the list preserves a sequence so bold that it refuses to fade. 8 rulers, 5 cities, and a span of time larger than ordinary history gather inside a few lines of clay. Perhaps the numbers conceal an old mathematical structure. Perhaps the names preserve broken memories of early chiefs. Perhaps the entire sequence was designed to make kingship appear older than civilization itself. The tablet does not choose for you. It leaves the first rulers suspended between history and sacred imagination, standing silently at the edge of a world that water carried away. Morning light touches the city walls as a procession gathers near the temple gate. Musicians stand beside officials dressed in carefully arranged garments. Soldiers hold polished spears upright, while servants carry baskets of grain, oil, and bright woven cloth. At the center walks the ruler. I move slowly enough to be seen. Every step has meaning. The ceremony tells the city that political power and sacred order belong together. The ruler approaches the temple not as a private worshipper, but as the guardian of the community. His presence turns belief into government. You hear drums echo between the walls. Children lift their heads from crowded doorways. Merchants pause beside their goods. Workers watch from shaded courtyards while the procession advances toward the sanctuary. Nobody receives a written explanation. The message is visible. The king serves the gods support the king. This relationship shaped daily life throughout ancient Mesopotamia. Royal authority was presented through rituals, inscriptions, building projects and public festivals, and carefully chosen titles. Sacred stories gave political decisions a place within the larger order of the universe. Government became more than administration, it became performance. Records confirm that rulers frequently described themselves as builders chosen to restore temples, repair canals, defend cities, and establish justice. These claims appeared on clay cones, foundation deposits, statues, and monumental inscriptions placed where future generations might discover them. A restored wall carried practical value. It also carried a story. The king protected the city because divine favor rested upon him. A canal flowed because he maintained order. A successful harvest reflected the harmony between throne, temple, and land. This interpretation made ordinary work feel sacred. Farmers cleared channels, laborers lifted bricks, scribes measured fields, yet royal inscriptions gathered these efforts beneath one name. The ruler appeared as the source of achievements completed by thousands of hands. That habit is not uniquely ancient. Power enjoys a convenient memory. The official story simplifies cooperation into leadership. It turns complex labor into a ruler's virtue, making political authority appear necessary for every successful outcome. When a temple rose, the king built it. When an enemy retreated, the king defeated him. When justice was restored, the king established it. The city learned to imagine stability through a single figure. This did not mean rulers possessed unlimited control. Local councils, temple households, influential families, merchants, and military officers could shape decisions. Ancient government depended upon negotiation, custom, and practical compromise. Still, royal ideology hid much of that complexity. It offered clarity. One ruler, one sacred mission, one orderly city. Such clarity could be comforting, especially during uncertain times. Floods damaged fields, rival cities contested canals, trade routes failed. Illness entered homes without warning. A king promising divine order gave suffering a structure. He could not prevent every disaster, but his ceremonies suggested that someone stood between the people and chaos. The throne became a symbolic wall, even when actual walls proved more useful. You enter a broad courtyard where officials distribute measured portions of food during a festival. Barley, dates, bread, and oil pass through many hands. The generosity appears royal. Although the supplies came from fields worked by the community, the exchange creates loyalty. People offer labor and produce. The ruler returns protection, ritual, and public abundance. This arrangement may feel circular. That was part of its strength. The system took resources, transformed them into sacred gifts, and returned a portion under the ruler's name. Political authority became visible through generosity financed by those receiving it. A feast could therefore serve several purposes. It honored the gods. It rewarded supporters. It displayed wealth. It reminded the city who controlled distribution. One quirky detail appears in ceremonial records describing enormous quantities of food and drink prepared for major occasions. Lists include livestock, grain, oils, fruit, and carefully measured beverages. The scale suggests that public celebration required administration nearly as complex as military preparation. Even joy needed accounting. A feast without records could become shortage. A ritual without supplies could become embarrassment. The palace and temple therefore relied upon clerks who ensured that sacred magnificence arrived on schedule. These ceremonies shaped political memory. People remembered the ruler who fed the city during a festival, restored a shrine, or brought captured goods through the gates. Repeated images strengthened the impression that his family stood at the center of prosperity. Children grew up seeing the same household beside the gods. Adults heard the same names in hymn. Officials used the same titles in documents. Familiarity became legitimacy. A dynasty did not need to prove its sacred role every morning. It only needed to surround daily life with reminders that no alternative seemed natural. The city itself became part of the argument. Temples towered above homes. Palaces occupied valuable ground. Walls bore inscriptions. Public spaces directed movement toward institutions controlled by elite households. Architecture taught obedience without speaking. A person climbing a monumental stair felt physically smaller. A petitioner entering a royal courtyard crosses several gates before approaching authority. Distance created reverence. The body learned hierarchy. Cool shadows, guarded doors, polished floors, and elevated platforms communicated rank more effectively than a lecture. Power could be felt through stone, brick, and controlled access. The ruler appeared rarely enough to remain impressive. When he emerged, ceremony framed him. His clothing differed from ordinary dress. His position within images placed him above attendants. Sacred emblems surrounded his body, while officials arranged themselves according to status. Nothing was casual. Even silence served authority. A quiet crowd allowed the royal voice to travel farther. A delayed entrance increased expectation. A carefully timed offering suggested confidence and divine approval. Political theatre did not require deception. Participants may have believed deeply in the ritual. The ruler himself may have felt sincere devotion. Sacred performance can be genuine and strategic at the same time. This creates an open, scholarly debate. Some historians emphasize practical governance beneath religious language. Others argue that ancient rulers and subjects did not separate politics from religion as modern observers often do. The disagreement concerns perspective. Was sacred kingship a tool used by power, or was power understood as sacred from the beginning? Perhaps both descriptions approach the same reality from different directions. A ruler believed he served the gods, while also benefiting from that belief. Priests defended cosmic order, while their institutions gained land and authority. Sincerity does not remove advantage. Advantage does not prove insincerity. The system survived because it satisfied several needs at once. It explained hierarchy, organized labor, protected property and supported ritual, and provided language for political change. When a dynasty succeeded, the gods had favored it. When it failed, favor had moved elsewhere. The sacred structure remained intact regardless of the result. This flexibility made royal ideology difficult to defeat. An enemy could overthrow a king without overthrowing kingship. The conqueror simply claimed the same divine approval under a different name. Revolution became succession. Violence became renewal. The institution absorbed its challengers. A victorious outsider often restored temples and adopted local titles. He presented himself as protector rather than destroyer, even when his rise had been brutal. Sacred language softened conquest into responsibility. The city might resent him. The rituals continued. Over time, repetition could transform an unfamiliar ruler into the latest guardian of an ancient order. His children then inherited a throne already wrapped in tradition. This is how myth becomes government, not through one secret proclamation, but through thousands of repeated acts. A name carved beside a temple, a feast distributed under royal authority, a prayer spoken for the king's health. Each act adds another thread. Together they form a fabric strong enough to cover contradiction. A ruler may claim justice while collecting heavy obligations. He may praise peace while preparing for war. He may call himself shepherd while treating subjects as resources. The sacred image smooths these tensions. It does not erase suffering. It gives suffering an explanation. Perhaps the gods require sacrifice. Perhaps order demands labor. Perhaps the ruler sees dangers hidden from ordinary people. Such ideas can protect authority even when daily life grows difficult. They turn obedience into virtue and hardship into participation within a larger purpose. Still, people were not passive. Petitions, court records, and complaints show that subjects expected rulers to fulfill promises of justice. Sacred kingship created standards that could be used against the king. If he claimed to protect widows, people could demand protection. If he claimed to preserve fairness, officials could be accused of corruption. Ideology restrained power while supporting it. The ruler stood above society, yet his public image tied him to obligations. He had to appear generous, vigilant, pious, and capable. Failure damaged more than reputation. It damaged the sacred street. Evening settles over the temple courtyard as the festival ends. Musicians lower their instruments as servants collect empty vessels. The ruler returns through guarded doors while the crowd disperses into narrow streets. The city seems unchanged. Yet the ceremony has renewed its political order. Everyone has seen the throne beside the sanctuary. Everyone has watched wealth move through royal hands. Everyone has heard the ruler named within sacred language. No secret meeting was needed. The system worked in public. Its deepest power rested not in hiding authority, but in making authority feel inevitable. A morning breeze carries the scent of crushed herbs through the palace garden. Water slips along narrow channels beside rows of palms, while attendants arrange linen, jewelry, and sealed letters inside a private chamber. A royal daughter prepares to leave her city. Her marriage will not be a simple family celebration. It will connect two courts, two temple systems, and two political landscapes through one carefully observed union. Her body becomes a treaty. Her household becomes an embassy. Her children may one day inherit claims reaching across several cities. Ancient records confirm that royal women often served as essential links between dynasties. Marriage alliances could strengthen peace, secure trade, settle territorial disputes, and bind powerful families to a shared future. The bride rarely travelled alone. Musicians, guards, tutors, craftspeople, and administrators could accompany her into the new court. She carried clothing, precious vessels, livestock, textiles, and other property associated with her status. These possessions formed part of her dowry. They also formed a political foundation, once established within another palace. She maintained connections with her birthplace. Messengers carried letters between families. Gifts travelled in both directions. News moved through trusted attendants who understood the concerns of each court. A queen could therefore become a living channel of information. She knew the customs of one kingdom and the ambitions of another. She understood which relatives felt ignored, which ministers wanted promotion, and which border dispute threatened to disturb an alliance. Her knowledge had weight. A ruler might command soldiers, but his wife could interpret the family standing behind a neighbouring throne. Her judgment could prevent an insult, repair a misunderstanding, or identify danger hidden within ceremonial language. Diplomacy often depended upon such recognition. A gift too small might suggest disrespect. A delayed letter might imply anger. A missing title could signal a change in status. Royal women learned to read these details because their safety and influence depended upon them. The marriage ceremony itself carried sacred meaning. Priests invoked divine blessing. Witnesses observed legal promises, and musicians filled the air with rhythm. Food and drink displayed abundance, while garments and jewelry communicated rank. The celebration looked joyful. Its obligations were serious. Kershaw was serious. The bride entered a household where existing wives, mothers, sisters, and servants already occupied established positions. She needed allies quickly. Her foreign birth could make her valuable, but it could also make her vulnerable. Everything depended upon relationships. A trusted attendant might help her understand court etiquette. A senior queen could offer protection. A temple official might support her religious role. Without such connections, royal status alone did not guarantee security. The palace smiled politely. The palace also measured advantage. A foreign princess brought prestige because her ancestry connected the ruler to another dynasty. Her arrival could raise the standing of her husband's court, especially when her family controlled rich territory or important trade routes. Her marriage expanded his political identity. He became more than the ruler of one city. He became relative to another royal house. The children of that marriage embodied both claims. A son might inherit his father's throne while invoking his mother's ancestry during negotiation. A daughter could carry the combined prestige into a third kingdom. Influence multiplied through birth. This process created webs rather than straight lines. One woman connected two courts. Her daughter connected a third. Her granddaughter entered a temple office that influenced a fourth. Within several generations, elite families across distant regions could share ancestry, property, rituals, and expectations. The network was visible to those who belonged inside it. To everyone else, it could seem hidden. A curious diplomatic custom involved the exchange of royal women alongside extravagant gifts. Courts compared brides, dowries, gold, horses, textiles, and ceremonial objects with remarkable attention. Complaints about insufficient gifts could fill formal correspondence. Even affection had an inventory. The tone of such messages could become surprisingly direct. A ruler might accuse another court of withholding promised wealth. Another might complain that a daughter had not received proper treatment. Family language softened international rivalry. It did not remove it. Royal women sometimes wrote or dictated letters themselves. Their words reveal concern for health, gift, children, travel, and political standing. They asked relatives for support and reminded powerful men of obligations created through marriage. These letters show agency within constraint. A queen could not always choose her marriage. She could still shape its consequences. Her household offered resources. She might control estates, supervise textile production, distribute gifts, and support temples. These activities allowed her to reward loyalty and create dependence. Economic authority strengthened personal influence. A servant who received land remembered the source. A priest who received offerings repeated her name. A relative helped through difficulty became a future ally. Generosity built networks quietly. Royal mothers held particular importance because succession passed through their children. When several princes competed, each mother's ancestry and supporters could affect the outcome. The palace nursery therefore carried political tension. One child descended from a respected local family, another descended from a powerful foreign king, a third possessed support from temple officials. Their claims were never equal, even when they shared the same father. A queen protected her son's position through careful alliances. She cultivated officials, maintained correspondence, and strengthened relationships with her own relatives. Her influence might remain informal, but informal power can survive where official titles fail. A private conversation may redirect an appointment. A marriage suggestion may isolate a rival. A gift may secure loyalty years before a crisis. These actions rarely appear in triumphal inscriptions. Official texts prefer kings, battles, and divine favor. Yet dynastic survival often depended upon patient decisions made inside women's quarters, gardens, and household offices. The quieter rooms shaped the louder world. Scholars continue debating the extent of royal women's independence in different periods. Some records show women controlling property and staff with considerable authority. Other evidence reveals strict limitations imposed by fathers, husbands, and sons. No single model fits every court. Rank mattered, age mattered, motherhood mattered, political conditions mattered. A queen during a stable reign might remain largely ceremonial. The same woman during a succession crisis could become central to government because her relationships held the dynasty together. Circumstance opened doors. It could also close them quickly. Widowhood created another transformation. A royal widow lost the immediate protection of her husband, but she might gain authority as mother of the new ruler. Her knowledge of the court made her difficult to ignore. She remembered old promises. She knew which officials had served faithfully. She also knew who had changed loyalty during dangerous moments. A queen mother could become the bridge between two reigns. Her presence reassured supporters that the dynasty remained continuous, even when the throne passed to a young or inexperienced son. Her body carried memory, her household carried records, her servants carried stories no archive preserved. Wanton Fringe's interpretation suggests royal marriage networks concealed a deliberate effort to preserve divine ancestry through selected unions. Supporters point to repeated marriages among elite families and sacred language surrounding royal birth. The evidence supports careful dynastic planning. It does not prove supernatural blood. Political logic explains much of the pattern. Rulers married within a limited circle because those families possessed recognizable status, wealth, and military value. A marriage with an unknown household offered fewer guarantees. Prestige preferred familiarity, property preferred control, fear preferred trusted names. These practical motives could later acquire sacred interpretation. Once a dynasty claimed divine favor, maintaining elite marriages seemed to protect more than wealth. It appeared to preserve a special relationship with the gods. Politics became ancestry. Ancestry became destiny. Yet women were not merely vessels within that story. They interpreted, negotiated, resisted, and adapted. Some accepted assigned roles with skill. Others used religious office, property, or motherhood to build independent influence. Their power often worked through endurance. They survived rulers. They survived ministers. They watched children become adults while alliances changed around them. A king's reign might last a decade. A queen's connections could shape half a century. The palace garden grows warmer as the sun rises. Servants close the final storage chest. A cylinder seal is pressed into damp clay, confirming the property traveling with the bride. Outside, horses wait beside decorated carts. Musicians begin a low procession rhythm. The royal daughter steps through the doorway, surrounded by attendants whose faces reveal excitement, duty, and quiet fear. She leaves the streets of childhood and enters a future designed by others, yet that future is not entirely fixed. She will carry language, memory, ritual, and political intelligence into another court. Her presence will alter the household receiving her. Her children may connect kingdoms that once stood apart. The gates opened slowly. The procession moves toward the horizon. Behind the bright fabrics and ceremonial gifts travels something less visible, but far more enduring. A dynasty extends itself through her. The schoolroom is narrow, warm, and filled with the faint mineral scent of damp clay. Light enters through a high opening, illuminating rows of students seated with halberds balanced carefully upon their knees. A teacher walks slowly, between them. His sandals whisper against the floor. Each student copies the same signs, pressing a cut reed into soft clay with controlled pressure. The exercise looks simple, yet every mark belongs to a demanding system that can preserve law, ritual, property, and royal memory. Writing is never merely technical here. It determines what survives. The trained scribe stands close to every center of authority. He records taxes, contracts, military supplies, temple offerings, court decisions, diplomatic letters, and the names of rulers who expect remembrance. Without him, power remains temporary. With him, power enters history. Records confirm that scribal education required long practice with vocabulary lists, numerical problems, model contracts, and literary compositions. Archaeological studies from institutions including the University of Pennsylvania have revealed school tablets containing mistakes, corrections, repeated signs, and lines copied by tired students. The evidence feels wonderfully ordinary. A pupil misses a sign, a teacher corrects it, another student presses too deeply and ruins the surface. Great civilizations are often preserved by people who once struggled with homework, yet the scribal profession offered access unavailable to most inhabitants. Advanced literacy opened doors to temples, palaces, courts, and merchant houses. A skilled writer could serve officials whose decisions affected entire regions. Knowledge became a form of social mobility. It also became a gate. Scribal families often passed training from one generation to another. Children grew up among tablets, seals, formulas, and professional connections. They learned not only how to write, but how institutions expected reality to be described. That distinction matters. A scribe does not copy the world exactly. He gives it an official shape. A dispute between neighbors becomes a legal statement. A military defeat may become a strategic withdrawal. A ruler's seizure of power may become a sacred appointment. The edges. The surviving tablet then appears calm, formal, and complete. Real events are rarely so tidy. The scribe chooses titles carefully. He selects which witnesses appear. He decides how obligations are arranged and which details deserve permanent space. Some choices follow strict convention. Others leave room for judgment. A small decision can influence how later readers understand an entire reign. Imagine a new king entering the palace after a period of unrest. His supporters demand an inscription explaining why he deserves the throne. The scribe cannot simply write that the strongest faction won. That truth lacks dignity. Instead, the text may describe divine selection, noble ancestry, public support, and restoration of order. Political uncertainty becomes sacred certainty beneath the reed. The king reads the result. The court approves it. The tablet enters storage. A generation later, the polished account may be the only surviving version. This is how the past acquires discipline. It does not always require deliberate falsehood. A scribe could sincerely believe that divine favor explained victory. He wrote within a culture where sacred meaning and political events belonged together. Still, belief could serve ambition. A royal narrative often emphasized legitimacy while ignoring inconvenience. Failed campaigns disappeared. Rival claimants received insulting descriptions. Rebels became enemies of order, even when they had strong local support. Victory controlled vocabulary. Defeat lost its voice. A council record might preserve disagreement, but monumental inscriptions preferred confidence. Public texts praised strength, justice, devotion, and prosperity because rulers wanted future audiences to see them through those qualities. The scribe became an architect of reputation. His building material was memory. One quirky school tradition involved copying humorous or argumentative dialogues. In some compositions, students complained about discipline, praised their own abilities, or exchanged insults through elaborate language. The ancient classroom was not always solemn. Students boasted, teachers scolded, classmates competed. These texts reveal that scribal culture included humor, frustration, and vanity alongside sacred duty. The keeper of civilization could still be annoyed by a difficult lesson. Such humanity makes the profession more believable. Scribes were not invisible machines. They had loyalties, ambitions, families, and fears. A palace writer might favor one official. A temple scholar might defend local traditions. A merchant's clerk could understand which client deserved discretion. Their private motives rarely appear directly. Their influence appears everywhere. A diplomatic letter required particular care. Courts exchanged greetings, gifts, marriage proposals, complaints, and warnings through formal language. The scribe needed to understand rank, custom, and the danger of unintended insult. A title placed incorrectly could damage a relationship. A promise of phrase too strongly might become an obligation. A delay in sending a reply could create suspicion before any soldier moved. The writer therefore stood between rulers. He translated not only words but expectations. Some scribes learned several languages because political life crossed cultural boundaries. They carried formulas from one court to another, helping distant rulers communicate through shared conventions. This gave them unusual perspective. A king knew his own ambitions. A scribe might recognize patterns across many kingdoms. He had seen similar boasts, similar set threats, and similar declarations of eternal friendship. Perhaps he smiled privately when another ruler promised loyalty lasting forever. Forever often meant until conditions changed. The tablet remained polite. Royal archives contained more than letters. They preserved treaties, tribute lists, census records, land grants, and reports from officials. Together, these documents formed an administrative memory that no individual could hold alone. A new ruler could consult old agreements. A governor could be reminded of unpaid obligations. A family could produce a grant issued decades earlier. The archive gave institutions continuity beyond human lifespan. It also allowed surveillance when grain, labor, and movement were recorded. Authorities gained power over people they rarely met. A farmer's obligation could be checked from a distant office. A soldier's ration could reveal his assigned unit. A merchant's debt could follow him across years. Writing made society legible. Legibility made control easier. This is one reason scribes mattered so deeply. They converted human activity into categories that institutions could measure. Individuals became names, professions, quantities, and responsibilities. The transformation was useful. It was also reducing. A widow appeared as a claimant. A child appeared as an heir. A laborer appeared as a ration. The tablet captured what administration needed, not the fullness of a life. Historians face the same limitation. Surviving records speak most clearly where power was interested. People outside major institutions appear only when a tax, crime, contract, or obligation brought them into written attention, and therefore mislead. A person absent from the archive still existed. A community without surviving tablets still possessed memory. The written past feels complete only because unwritten voices have disappeared. Scholars openly debate how much freedom ancient scribes possessed when shaping royal traditions. Some emphasize standard formulas controlled by institutions. Others believe individual writers exercise meaningful creativity, especially in literary and historical composition. The truth probably varied. A junior clerk copying grain totals had little space for invention. A senior scholar composing a royal hymn could influence the character of an entire reign. Rank shaped authorship. So did audience. Text meant for temple recitation differed from a private report. A foundation inscription addressed future rulers and the gods. A legal document addressed witnesses, judges, and heirs. Every tablet imagined someone listening. That imagined listener affected the words. The scribe understood that some texts might remain hidden inside walls, others would be read aloud during ceremonies. A few would sit in archives until needed during disputes. Writing could speak immediately. It could also wait. This ability to wait gave clay its strange authority. A witness might die, but a sealed tablet could return years later. A ruler might fall, but his inscriptions could influence successors who never knew him. The dead continued to argue. The archive gave them voices. A new dynasty, entering an old city, faced these voices everywhere. Earlier rulers had placed names beneath temples, on statues, and inside administrative collections. The conqueror could destroy them, ignore them, or adopt their language. Adoption was often wiser. By copying respected titles and restoring earlier monuments, the new ruler joined the existing chain of memory. Scribes made this transition possible because they knew the formulas that connected unfamiliar power to familiar tradition. The palace changed hands. The written system continued. This continuity created the impression that a hidden intelligence guided civilization across dynasties. In reality, trained professionals preserved methods, titles, and institutional habits that survived individual rulers. The bloodline of power was partly intellectual. It passed through schools, it passed through archives, it passed through hands trained to make authority sound eternal. Evening enters the schoolroom slowly. Students smooth unfinished tablets and place them beside the wall. The teacher inspects the final exercises beneath fading light. One tablet receives approval. Another must be copied again. Outside, merchants close their stalls while temple lamps begin to glow. Somewhere in the palace, an official waits for a letter. Somewhere near the city gate, witnesses prepare to seal a contract. The students gather their reeds. Most will never rule, yet some will decide how rulers are remembered. That power is quiet enough to overlook. It is also powerful enough to outlive kingdoms. Rain begins softly across the plain, tapping against reed roofs and darkening the dust between narrow streets. Families continue their work, listening without concern as water gathers in shallow channels beside the houses. The river has risen before, it will rise again, yet the rain does not stop. Clouds thicken above the city until morning feels like evening. Wind drives sheets of water across fields already heavy with mud. Canals overflow, walls soften, and livestock cry from crowded enclosures. The landscape changes hour by hour. People carry children toward higher ground. Servants lift sealed baskets from storage rooms. Priests hurry through temple corridors, protecting sacred objects and administrative tablets from spreading water. The city no longer feels permanent. Its walls seem fragile. Its streets become streams. Mesopotamia depended upon rivers that made settlement possible, but those same rivers could destroy what they nourished. Archaeological research has identified flood deposits at several ancient cities, including Shuruppak, Kish, and Ur. These layers do not all belong to one date. They reflect separate disasters, yet repeated flooding could shape a shared memory of catastrophe, especially in communities where entire districts vanished beneath water and silt. A family surviving one such event might remember it for generations. The children of survivors would hear how darkness covered the sky, how walls collapsed, and how boats moved where streets once stood. Memory enlarges around fear. A local flood becomes the flood. A ruined city becomes the ruined world. This transformation does not require deception. People describe disaster through the emotional scale of experience. When everything familiar disappears, the event feels universal. For those trapped inside the waters, it is the flood tradition preserved in Mesopotamian literature describes a chosen survivor warned before destruction. He prepares a vessel, gathers living beings, and escapes the catastrophe that ends an early human age. The details vary across texts. The pattern remains powerful. A secret warning is given, a vessel is built, water erases the old order. Life begins again beneath a changed sky. The story does more than describe survival. It explains why the world before the flood feels different from the world that follows. Earlier rulers possess immense reigns and sacred closeness. Later kings inhabit shorter, harsher, and more recognizable time. The waters divide memory. On one side lies the age of beginnings. On the other stands ordinary history. The distinction gives the flood political meaning. Kingship survive, but its location changes. Cities are destroyed, yet authority returns through new dynasties. Destruction does not end the system, it renews it. This idea would have been comforting to rulers governing unstable cities. A dynasty could fall without proving that kingship itself had failed. The institution had already survived the destruction of an entire world. No rebellion seemed finer beside that memory. No ruined palace looked permanent. The flood taught that authority could disappear beneath water and still return. A fringe interpretation proposes that Mesopotamian flood stories preserve memories of a dramatic rise in sea levels at the end of the last ice age. Some writers connect the tradition to submerged landscapes near the Persian Gulf. The possibility is intriguing. The evidence remains uncertain. Sea levels did rise over long periods, and coastal communities would have moved as shorelines changed. Yet slow environmental transformation differs from the sudden catastrophe described in literary accounts. Another theory points to a massive local flood caused by river change. Such an event fits the environment more closely, though no single discovery has satisfied every question. Scholars continue debating whether the stories grew from one extraordinary disaster or many regional floods combined through oral tradition. The debate remains open. The literature may preserve memory, symbolism, and political theology at once. Ancient narratives often perform several tasks without separating them. A flood can be physical, it can also be moral. In some accounts, humanity becomes noisy, troublesome, or disruptive. The gods respond with destruction because human existence disturbs divine order. The explanation sounds severe. It also reveals how ancient communities understood dependence. Humanity survives not through entitlement, but through fragile permission. Life continues because one figure receives warning. Knowledge becomes the true vessel. The survivor does not possess greater strength than the waters. He survives because he listens, prepares, and follows instructions hidden from everyone else. This detail invites an uncomfortable question. Why is one person warned? Why are others left unaware? Why does secret knowledge decide who enters the new world? The story places survival inside a narrow channel of trust. One household receives information the wider population does not possess. From that household, life begins again. This structure resembles dynastic thinking. A chosen family passes through destruction while others vanish. Its survival appears sacred, and its descendants inherit the authority of preservation. The bloodline becomes proof of favor. Such stories can strengthen ruling families because they connect ancestry with cosmic survival. A dynasty does not merely descend from successful warriors, it may claim descent from those who endured the collapse of the earlier world. That claim carries enormous prestige. The survivor becomes an ancestor of renewal. His household stands between extinction and civilization. Every descendant can then appear as part of an unbroken bridge across catastrophe. The temple courtyard fills with rain as priests carry sealed containers toward higher rooms. Clay tablets are stacked inside baskets, wrapped against moisture, and placed above the rising floor. Some will survive, others will dissolve. Unbaked clay can return quickly to mud. A lifetime of accounting, legal decisions, and family records may disappear beneath a few inches of water. This fragility matters. Floods do not only destroy homes, they destroy memory. When archives vanish, survivors lose evidence of ownership, ancestry, obligation, and privilege. A field still exists, but its legal history may not. A family still remembers its descent, but the tablet proving it has dissolved. After disaster, claims must be rebuilt. Those with stronger households, more witnesses, or surviving records gain advantage. Reconstruction therefore becomes political. Who owned the field? Who held the temple office? Who possesses the right ancestry? The flood clears nothing equally. Some lose everything. Others return with protected tablets, hidden silver, loyal servants, and stories of sacred survival. These survivors help define the renewed order. They rebuild walls, they restore shrines, they distribute food. They also decide which traditions return first. A ruined city depends upon organization. Grain must be gathered, canals cleared, and families resettled. Leadership becomes urgent because disorder threatens everyone. In that moment, a capable household can turn survival into authority. It provides resources, it protects workers, it claims divine favor. Soon, emergency leadership becomes inherited rule. The story of rescue then justifies the new dynasty. The family that guided rebuilding presents itself as the family chosen to preserve civilization. Perhaps this is how catastrophe creates bloodlines of power, not through hidden biology, through remembered service. A ruler's ancestor survives, organizes, and restores. Later generations turn that achievement into sacred destiny. The line between fact and legend slowly disappears. A practical leader becomes a chosen survivor. A damaged boat becomes a great vessel. A regional flood becomes the end of the world. The story grows because each generation needs it to explain why the present order deserves trust. The flood also changes religious imagination. Before destruction, humanity may appear closer to divine beings. Afterward, distance increases. The gods withdraw, human lifespans shorten, kings become more ordinary, the world feels diminished. This pattern expresses grief over lost perfection. Catastrophe becomes the reason suffering, limitation, and uncertainty now exist. The listener looks backward towards an age no longer reachable. The past becomes larger because it cannot be tested. No living person can contradict it. The pre-flood world becomes a vessel for longing, fear, and political memory. It holds impossible rulers, first cities, and sacred knowledge lost beneath the waters. Every mystery can be placed there. Every missing beginning can be hidden below the silt. This explains why flood stories attract fringe speculation. Some imagine destroyed advanced civilizations, forgotten technologies, or survivors carrying secret wisdom into later kingdoms. The evidence does not support such elaborate claims. Still, the stories themselves encourage the question. They insist that a world existed before the familiar one. They describe knowledge passing through a narrow line of survivors. They place civilization on the far side of ruin. That structure is powerful enough to inspire suspicion. Even when archaeology offers simpler explanations, rain eventually weakens above the plain. Clouds break apart, revealing pale light across a landscape covered in water. Roofs emerge like small islands. Broken walls lean into flooded streets. The river carries branches, baskets, and fragments of doors toward the horizon. People step carefully from higher ground. They search for relatives, animals, tools, and anything that can still be used. Their city appears wounded, but not empty. Soon mud will dry, bricks will be shaped again, canals will be cleared, names will return to fresh clay. The flood destroys an age, yet it also creates a beginning. Those who rebuild decide how the disaster will be remembered. They choose heroes. They preserve warnings. They identify the families believed to have carried order through chaos. Water recedes from the walls. Memory remains. And within that memory, a chosen lineage begins to rise from the mud. A dry wind passes across the walls of a city where a new ruler prepares to enter the temple. His language differs from the oldest prayers preserved there. His soldiers come from another region. His family did not begin within the ancient local dynasties, yet the ceremony follows familiar steps. Priests wait beside the sanctuary, scribes prepare established titles, musicians gather beneath painted banners, while officials arrange offerings according to traditions older than the conqueror standing before them. He has won the city. Now he must inherit it. Military victory can seize walls, storehouses, and roads. It cannot instantly produce legitimacy. A foreign ruler may command obedience through fear, but lasting authority requires something deeper. He needs recognition. He needs continuity. Most of all, he needs a story explaining why the old sacred order now belongs to him. This challenge became especially important when Akkadian rulers gained power across southern Mesopotamia. Their language and political background differed from Sumerian traditions, yet they adopted many local titles, rituals, literary forms, and claims of divine favor. Records confirm that rulers of the Akkadian Empire presented themselves as guardians of established temples while building a wider political system. They did not simply erase older culture, they used it. The decision was practical. A conqueror who destroys every tradition must govern people who no longer recognize his authority. A conqueror who restores temples and honors local gods can appear as protector, even when his arrival follows conflict. The transformation begins with language. A royal inscription may describe the ruler as chosen by a major deity, beloved by a goddess, or appointed to bring order. The formulas are familiar to local audiences. They place an unfamiliar king inside an ancient sacred framework. The man remains foreign. The title makes him legible. Sargon of Akkad became one of the most famous examples. Later traditions remembered him as a ruler of remarkable expansion, though the historical details of his early life remain uncertain. Stories describe humble origins. They also described divine assistance. A ruler without an impressive local bloodline could therefore replace ancestry with destiny. Instead of claiming ancient descent, he claimed unusual selection. This was a brilliant solution. If noble birth was unavailable, sacred favor could create another path. The ruler became exceptional because the gods had raised him from obscurity. His lack of ancestry became part of the miracle. The message carried a subtle warning. If divine will could lift an outsider, old families could not claim permanent ownership of power. Sacred order remained ancient, but its chosen vessel could change. The hidden line of authority passed through selection rather than blood alone. Sargon's dynasty still worked to establish inherited continuity. Sons received military and administrative roles. Daughters entered important religious offices. Family members occupied positions linking palace, army, and temple. The most famous royal daughter, Enheduanna, served as high priestess in the city of Ur. Her surviving literary tradition reveals how a royal woman could connect imperial ambition with local sacred authority. Her position was not decorative. She stood at the meeting point of two political worlds. Through her temple office, the ruling family entered a respected religious institution. Through poetry and ritual language, imperial power became associated with familiar divine traditions. The arrangement strengthened both dynasty and cult. A daughter of the conqueror served an ancient god. The old sacred order now spoke through the new royal house. This is how foreign power becomes familiar. Not immediately, not completely, but steadily. A title is adopted, a temple is restored, a royal daughter takes sacred office. A local festival continues under new patronage. Each act reduces the distance between conqueror and city. The empire does not need everyone to forget the invasion. It needs daily life to function within the new arrangement. Tax must still be collected. Canals must still be repaired. Offerings must still arrive. Judges must still hear disputes. The ruler who keeps these systems working can present stability as proof of rightful rule. A quirky legend later claimed that Sargon had been placed in a basket as an infant and set upon a river before rising to kingship. The story resembles other ancient tales of hidden children protected by fate. Whether it preserves any fact remains doubtful. Its symbolic value is clearer. The river carries the future ruler away from ordinary ancestry. He emerges not as the obvious heir of a known household, but as someone preserved for a larger purpose. The story turns uncertainty into sacred design. A missing genealogy becomes mystery. Mystery becomes legitimacy. This pattern appeared repeatedly in ancient political memory. Rulers with weak ancestry could emphasize divine dreams, miraculous survival, military success, or the discovery of old signs predicting their rise. The past could always be rearranged to welcome the victor. Scribes helped perform this welcome. They copied local traditions while adding new rulers to the sequence of sacred history. They preserved ancient forms while redirecting their meaning. A foreign king might use a Sumerian title. A new dynasty might restore an older temple. An imperial inscription might praise gods honored long before the empire existed. This was not simple imitation. It was political translation. The conqueror translated force into legitimacy. The temple translated foreign authority into sacred service. The scribe translated political change into continuity. The result could survive for centuries. We hear Babylonian and Assyrian rulers inherited the same strategy. They claimed ancient titles, restored venerable cities, collected old texts, and presented themselves as heirs to traditions that began far beyond their own dynastic origins. Each empire wanted to appear new in strength. Each wanted to appear ancient in right. That tension shaped royal identity. A ruler boasted of unprecedented victories while insisting that he had restored the true order of earlier ages. Innovation was praised in war. Continuity was praised in legitimacy. The king conquered like nobody before him. He ruled as the ancients had intended. This contradiction was useful. It allowed ambition to wear the clothing of tradition. An open, scholarly debate concerns how deeply ordinary communities accepted these claims. Official inscriptions present smooth transitions, but local resistance, rebellion, and cultural attachment likely complicated imperial rule. People may obey a foreign king without loving him. They may attend his festivals while remembering defeated rulers. They may use his coinage, measures, and laws while privately preserving older loyalties. Submission does not equal belief. Still, belief can grow through generations. A child born under foreign rule does not remember the conquest. The adopted titles sound normal. The restored temple appears ancient. The imperial family becomes part of the political landscape. Time performs what propaganda begins. The ruler's grandchildren may no longer seem foreign. Their marriages connect them with local elites. Their names enter temple prayers. Their officials speak the language of the region. Their dead are remembered beside older kings. The dynasty acquires roots. Those roots may be shallow at first. Ceremony deepens them. Marriage spreads them. Archives protect them. A foreign bloodline becomes local through repeated association. The process reveals something important about hidden continuity. Power does not always remain within one biological family. It can pass through political structures that teach each new dynasty how to present itself. The system outlives the blood. A conqueror enters. He adopts the sacred language. His family occupies key institution. His successors claim ancient legitimacy. When that dynasty falls, the next ruler repeats the pattern. The names change. The machinery remains. This may explain why ancient traditions appear to guide rulers across vast periods. The continuity lies not in one secret family surviving every collapse, but in a political grammar inherited by every successful regime. Build the temple, honor the gods, control the archive, marry strategically. Claim restoration, present victory as selection. These principles formed a durable script. No ruler followed it perfectly. Some offended local traditions, some destroyed sanctuaries, some relied too heavily upon fear. Such rulers often faced rebellion. The more successful ones understood that domination becomes stronger when it resembles inheritance. They did not merely possess the city, They acted as though the city had been waiting for them. You watch the foreign ruler step toward the sanctuary. He places an offering before the divine image while priests recite established words. The moment is carefully arranged. Outside, soldiers guard the streets. Inside, tradition gives conquest a softer face. The ruler bows. The priest raises his hands. A scribe presses the new royal title into clay. With that mark, the outsider enters an ancient sequence. His bloodline has not replaced the sacred order. It has been absorbed by it. The harbour smells of bitumen, wet rope, and salt carried inland from distant waters. Boats settle against wooden posts while porters unload copper, timber, stone, textiles, and jars sealed with clay stoppers. Merchants speak in several languages. Scribes wait beside baskets. Guards watch every movement. No single palace controls all this motion. Trade depends upon families whose connections stretch across rivers, deserts, and foreign cities. Their power grows through trust, marriage, credit, and memory. These networks can outlast kings. A ruler may control a road for several years. A merchant household may use that road across generations, adapting whenever borders change and new officials demand payment. The family becomes a traveling institution. Its members know distant markets. They know which governors accept gifts. They know which temples require certain goods. They also know which relative can be trusted with silver during a dangerous journey. Records confirm that Mesopotamian merchant families maintained complex partnerships over long distances. Tablets preserve loans, shipping agreements, debt claims, partnership shares, and instructions sent between relatives living far apart. The documents reveal careful calculation. They also reveal dependence. A trader entering. Another city needs local knowledge. He needs storage space, interpreters, witnesses, guards, and someone willing to confirm his reputation. A stranger with silver remains vulnerable. A stranger with family is less alone. Marriage strengthened these commercial ties. A daughter joining another household could connect two trading groups. A son marrying into a local family might gain access to warehouses, routes, and political protection. The union created more than kinship. It created infrastructure. A trusted relative could hold goods until prices improved. Another could settle disputes with local officials. A cousin might arrange transport across territory controlled by an uncertain ruler. Trade moved through blood, but not only blood, adoption, partnership, apprenticeship, and sworn loyalty could create bonds almost as strong. Practical life required flexibility, especially when danger interrupted ordinary relationships. A caravan could disappear. A city could rebel. A river route could become unusable. Families survived by spreading risk. One branch remained near the palace. Another lived beside the coast. Another worked near mines or timber regions. If one center collapsed, the others continued. This distribution created resilience that political dynasties often lacked. A royal family depended heavily upon one throne. A merchant network could shift activity quietly from one city to another. Its wealth had many homes. Its information had many paths. You enter a warehouse where clay tags hang from baskets of wool. Some bear seal impressions belonging to merchants absent from the city. Their marks travel in their place, confirming identity across distance. The seal is small. Its authority is not. A familiar impression can reassure a business partner who has never met the sender. It tells him that the goods belong to a known household and that obligations will be remembered. Trust becomes portable. Writing strengthens it. A letter carried across hundreds of miles can remind a brother about a debt, complain about damaged goods, or warn that local officials have increased demands. The tone may sound personal. The purpose remains commercial. Family affection and business calculation often occupy the same sentence. A merchant might ask about a mother's health, then demand immediate payment for copper. Ancient correspondence rarely wastes clay. One quirky detail appears in letters where traders complain bitterly about poor quality goods. A disappointed buyer could describe inferior metal, delayed shipments, or insulting treatment with remarkable sharpness. The ancient marketplace had no shortage of irritation. A man could cross dangerous terrain, negotiate customs payments, and still receive material below expectation. His complaint entered clay. His frustration survived thousands of years. These messages show that commercial families were not mysterious secret orders. They were practical, argumentative, and deeply human, yet their networks gave them influence that ordinary farmers could rarely match. They moved information quickly. They understood prices across regions. They could lend silver to officials. They could supply armies, temples, and palaces with materials unavailable locally. A ruler who needed timber for construction depended upon merchants connected to forested lands. A temple requiring precious stones relied upon traders familiar with distant routes. Economic knowledge became political leverage. The merchant did not need a crown. Her needed access. A family supplying rare goods might gain favorable contracts, legal protection, or private meetings with powerful administrators. Over time, wealth could purchase land and marriage ties with local elites. Commerce entered government quietly. No conquest was required. A household began with trade. Its children received education. Its grandchildren entered offices. Soon the family possessed both money and authority. This movement complicates the image of a fixed bloodline governing humanity. Elite networks could absorb successful outsiders who brought useful skills, wealth, or connections. Power protected ancestry. It also recruited talent. A dynasty that refused every outsider risked isolation. A dynasty that welcomed capable families could expand its reach while preserving control through marriage and appointment. The network grew by selection. Temples participated in these systems because they owned land, stored goods, and required materials from distant regions. Priests and administrators contracted merchants to transport grain, wool, metals, and luxury items. A commercial agreement could therefore connect a household with sacred authority. The merchant gained prestige. The temple gained supplies. The palace gained taxes. Each institution depended upon the others while pretending to stand at the center. The arrangement was never perfectly spelled. Merchants wanted profit. Temples wanted reliable delivery. Rulers wanted revenue and control. Disputes emerged over weights, interest, loss, theft, and responsibility. Courts heard claims supported by tablets, seals, and witnesses. The archive followed the caravan. Without documentation, distance encouraged denial. A partner could claim goods never arrived. A borrower could deny receiving silver. A relative could pretend an earlier promise had been misunderstood. Clay reduced uncertainty. It did not remove dishonest. A sealed agreement became a weapon during conflict. The holder could present it before judges and demand recognition of the recorded obligation. This gave literacy another form of power. People who understood contracts could protect themselves more effectively. Those who relied upon verbal promises stood at greater risk, especially when dealing with wealthier households. The written network favored the organized. That advantage accumulated. One successful voyage financed another. One marriage created another route. One court connection protected several relatives. Within generations, a family could become almost unavoidable within a particular trade. Its members knew every supplier. Its seals appeared in many cities. Its debts reached influential officials. Such influence might look secret because it did not depend upon public ceremony. Merchants rarely stood at the center of royal festivals. Their power existed inside warehouses, contracts, family dinners, and private negotiations. It moved beneath the visible surface. This is how old customs traveled between empires. A trader leaving southern Mesopotamia carried more than goods. He carried methods of accounting, familiar legal formulas, seal designs, measurements, and ideas about trustworthy partnership. Foreign communities adapted these practices. Some terms changed, some rituals changed. The underlying habits remained recognizable. Civilization spread through repeated transactions. A merchant taught a local partner how to record a loan. A scribe copied a contract style learned elsewhere. A marriage introduced household customs into another city. No ruler planned the entire process. Still, the pattern expanded. Scholars debate how much merchants acted independently from palaces and temples. Some evidence suggests strong institutional control. Other tablets reveal private initiative, family partnerships, and traders taking risks for personal gain. The balance varied by period and region. During stable times, rulers might regulate and tax trade. During political weakness, merchant families could become more independent. Their networks adapted to both conditions. This adaptability made them excellent carriers of continuity. When an empire collapsed, roads did not vanish completely. People still needed metal, wood, grain, oil, and cloth. Trade resumed quickly because survival demanded exchange. The merchants returned. They learned new titles. They negotiated with new officials. They changed seals when necessary. Their family knowledge remained useful under every regime. This continuity could preserve traditions that palaces forgot. A measurement system survived because traders trusted it. A contract formula endured because courts recognized it. A route remained active because generations knew its wells and dangers. The hidden system was practical memory. It lived in households. It crossed borders. It survived political change because it served needs deeper than royal ambition. Evening spreads across the harbour as workers finish unloading the final boat. A merchant checks the seal on a storage room, then hands a tablet to his nephew. The younger man reads it carefully. The document lists goods, witnesses, expected payment, and the name of a distant relative responsible for delivery. The uncle adds quiet instructions not written in clay. Which official likes gifts? Which road becomes dangerous after rain? Which family honours promises? The knowledge passes softly. One generation teaches another how to move through power without becoming trapped beneath it. Boats darken against the water. Warehouse doors close far beyond the harbour. Other relatives prepare caravans under another sky. The network continues, almost invisible, carrying wealth, custom, and influence from one kingdom into the next. The road from the capital narrows as it crosses open farmland and enters a provincial town. Dust gathers on the wheels of official carts, while messengers ride ahead carrying tablets wrapped in cloth. The ruler is far away. His authority is not at the city gate. A governor waits beneath a shaded awning. Beside him stand military officers, tax collectors, judges, surveyors, and temple representatives. They do not wear crowns. They make distant rule possible. An empire cannot survive through royal presence alone. No king can inspect every canal, settle every dispute, count every harvest, and watch every border. Power must be delegated. Delegation creates opportunity. The official sent to govern a province becomes the face of the state. He receives reports, commands labor, organizes defenses, supervises taxes, and communicates with the central court. His household grows around these duties. Relatives become assistants. Trusted servants control storerooms. Sons learn military command. Daughters form alliances with influential local families. The governor arrives as a royal servant. He may begin to resemble a local dynasty. Administrative records from Mesopotamia show that governors held broad responsibilities over land, labor, irrigation, and security. Their offices connected village life with the demands of distant rulers. A broken canal required immediate action. A delayed tax shipment required explanation. A border raid demanded troops before the palace could respond. The governor worked within the slow rhythm of ancient communication. A message could take days or weeks to reach the capital, depending upon weather, distance, and danger. He often decided first. Permission came later. This practical independence made provincial officials necessary and dangerous. A capable governor protected imperial wealth. A powerful governor could also gather enough soldiers and supporters to challenge the throne. The palace therefore faced an ancient problem. How do you trust the person who controls everything far from you? One answer was kinship. Kings appointed brothers, sons, cousins, and sons-in-law to govern important regions. Family loyalty was expected to reduce the risk of rebellion. Sometimes it worked. Sometimes family made ambition more dangerous. A royal brother possessed ancestry, military experience, and a recognizable claim. If he controlled a wealthy province, he might decide that serving the throne was less attractive than occupying it. Blood could secure loyalty. Blood could also justify betrayal. Another answer involved rotation. Officials might be moved, recalled, or replaced before becoming too deeply rooted. Yet frequent changes weakened local knowledge and created resentment. The best administrator often became the greatest threat because success produced loyal followers. Farmers appreciated stable canals. Merchants valued protected roads. Soldiers trusted a commander who paid them. Local elites respected an official who understood their disputes. Every achievement strengthened his personal standing. The king needed competent servants. Competence created rivals. Provincial courts reveal how authority entered ordinary life. A judge might hear arguments over fields, debts, damaged property, marriage obligations, or injuries caused during work. Witnesses appeared. Seals were examined. Earlier decisions were recalled. The judgment did more than solve a private conflict. It demonstrated that order flowed from recognized institutions. A farmer might never see the king. I encountered royal power through a judge. A laborer experienced it through a tax collector. A merchant felt it through a customs officer. Empire lived inside officials. This made appointments enormously important. Whoever controlled offices controlled the daily meaning of government. An official who favored relatives could redirect land, contracts, and influence toward his own household. A tax collector might protect one village while burdening another. A judge could interpret uncertain evidence in ways that benefited allies. Corruption required no grand conspiracy. 1,000 small choices were enough. One family received a contract. Another gained access to irrigation. A cousin became commander of the gate. A son entered the scribal office. Within years, administrative advantage became inherited status. The transformation could appear perfectly legal. Each appointment might be justified by experience, loyalty, or need. Together, they created a network stronger than any single decree. The family learned how government worked. That knowledge passed downward. A child raised inside an official household understood protocol before reaching adulthood. He knew how petitions were written, how gifts were presented, and which ceremonies required attendance. He observed who waited outside doors. He noticed who entered without permission. He learned that authority depended as much upon access as title. Such education was impossible to measure, yet it gave elite families an enduring advantage. Outsiders could acquire wealth, but they lacked generations of institutional memory. The official household possessed both. It knew the rules. It knew when rules could bend. A curious provincial custom involved sending gifts to the palace alongside formal reports. The gifts could include animals, textiles, precious objects, or local specialties. Officially, they expressed loyalty. Unofficially, they reminded the court that the governor remained useful. A poor gift suggested weakness. An extravagant gift raised suspicion. The provincial administrator had to appear prosperous, but not too prosperous. Loyal, but not independent. Powerful, but not threatening. It was a delicate performance. The palace watched through inspectors and messengers. Reports might describe grain levels, troop numbers, public works, or signs of unrest. Some inspectors arrived openly, others gathered information through private conversations. The governor understood that servants could carry news to the capital. A careless remark during dinner might travel farther than an official letter. His household became a place of caution. Doors seemed to listen. Visitors were measured. Silence became a political skill. Kings sometimes created overlapping offices so no single person controlled everything. Military command might be separated from taxation. Temple authority could balance palace administration. Several officials reported on the same region. The system encouraged competition. Competition produced information. It also produced intrigue. One officer accused another of withholding revenue. A judge questioned a governor's land grant. A temple administrator complained about labor demands. The ruler received conflicting accounts and decided whom to trust. This division protected the throne, but it could weaken the province. Officials who feared each other might hide information or obstruct cooperation. A flood did not care about administrative rivalry. Neither did famine. During crises, local leadership became especially powerful. A governor who opened grain stores and organized relief could gain deep loyalty among the population. People remembered who helped them. The palace might later claim credit, but memory often attached itself to the person physically present. Relief became political capital. A ruler facing shortages therefore depended upon officials whose popularity might exceed his own. Removing them risked anger. Keeping them allowed personal influence to grow. The same tension appeared in military emergencies. Border commanders recruited soldiers, repaired defences, and negotiated with neighbouring groups. Their knowledge made them difficult to replace. Long service created bonds between commander and troops. Soldiers might obey the man who shared their hardships more readily than a distant king. This was how provinces became kingdoms. A governor stopped sending taxes. A commander declared independence. A local household adopted royal titles. The official who once represented the crown now claimed that the region required its own ruler. The transition could happen suddenly. Its foundations formed slowly. A scholarly debate continues over whether many political collapses were caused more by external invasion or internal fragmentation. Evidence often suggests both forces worked together. A weakened centre lost control of officials. Provincial leaders kept resources locally. Foreign pressure then exposed divisions already present. The empire appeared solid until obedience stopped arriving. A fringe view imagines provincial networks as branches of a hidden, hereditary order, deliberately placing relatives in strategic cities across centuries. The surviving evidence does show repeated family influence. It does not reveal one continuous secret organization. A simpler pattern explains much of the appearance. Powerful families valued offices, trained their children for them, and used relationships to protect their position. The result resembled design because advantage reproduced itself. Success created preparation. Preparation created more success. The system favored those already near authority. Provincial elites also married into older local houses. Such unions reduced resistance and gave foreign administrators roots within the region. A governor's child might inherit both royal connection and local ancestry. That combination could become politically powerful during a succession crisis. The family belonged to two worlds. It could speak for the palace. It could claim support from the province. Should central authority weaken, such a household stood ready to present itself as the natural guardian of order. No hidden signal was needed. The opportunity was visible. A new title might be adopted first in private correspondence. Local priests could begin using more elevated language. Military supporters might address the governor with royal respect. Then came the public ceremony. The servant became sovereign. The province became a kingdom. The old administration became the foundation of a new dynasty. Evening settles across the provincial town as clerks finish counting sacks of grain. Guards close the gate, and a messenger prepares to depart for the capital. His tablet reports stable harvests, repaired canals, and loyal officials. Everything appears calm. Inside the governor's residence, relatives gather around a low table. They discuss appointments, marriages, and military commands with quiet attention. No one speaks of rebellion. There is no need. They are building something more patient. A household able to govern today may claim the right to rule tomorrow. Night settles over the cemetery beyond the city wall, where the earth rises in quiet mounds beneath a silver sky. Oil lamps flicker beside an open burial chamber, and the smell of cedar resin mingles with dust. Attendants move carefully. Priests speak in low voices. A royal body is being prepared for a final journey. Though the living have no intention of allowing that person to disappear, death does not end a dynasty. It changes its location. The ruler who once sat beneath a canopy now rests beneath stone, brick, timber, and packed earth around the body. Servants arrange vessels, weapons, ornaments, food, furniture, and objects carrying the signs of rank. These goods are not random. They preserve identity. A crown, seal, or ceremonial blade tells the dead ruler who he was. It also tells every witness that royal status continues beyond ordinary life. The burial becomes a political statement. A king may die, kingship remains. Archaeological excavations at the Royal Cemetery of Ur revealed richly furnished graves containing gold, silver, musical instruments, jewelry, weapons, vehicles, and the remains of attendants. The discoveries transform modern understanding of early Mesopotamian court life. They showed that elite burial could involve enormous labor, wealth, and carefully organized ritual. The tombs were hidden underground. Their message was public. Only a household commanding artisans, metals, animals, food, and many workers could create such a burial. The funeral displayed resources as clearly as any palace ceremony. Mourning became proof of power. The dead ruler received luxury. The living dynasty demonstrated control. A royal funeral also gathered people who might otherwise compete. Relatives, priests, commanders, administrators, and foreign representatives entered the same ritual space. They watched one reign end. They waited for another to begin. Grief and ambition stood side by side. The body lay still while the political world rearranged itself. Every gesture mattered. Who walked nearest the bier? Who carried the royal seal? Who presented offerings? Who appeared beside the heir? Ceremony revealed hierarchy before any proclamation was spoken. A prince placed in the proper position became visible as successor. A widow seated prominently could signal continued influence. An absent official might already be in danger. Funerals expose loyalty because everyone must choose where to stand. The dead ruler could no longer command obedience, yet his memory remained useful. The heir claimed continuity by honoring the tomb, repeating titles, and maintaining offerings. Neglect would appear disrespectful. Respect strengthened legitimacy. A new king who cared for royal ancestors presented himself as a responsible link within the family chain. He did not seize power from the dead. He received it from them. This idea transformed ancestry into an active political resource. The dynasty was not merely a group of living relatives. It included generations beneath the earth. The dead became silent members of government. Their names appeared in rituals. Their images stood in temples or palaces. Their achievements returned through songs, inscriptions, and ceremonial recitation. A ruler entered court surrounded by invisible predecessors. He was never entirely alone. Ancestor offerings helped maintain this relationship. Families provided food, drink, and remembrance for deceased relatives because a forgotten spirit could become restless or vulnerable. Royal ancestors received greater attention. Their care belonged to the stability of the kingdom. A priest might pour water into the earth. A descendant might speak a name. A meal could be presented before an image. The gesture seems small. Its meaning is immense. To name the dead is to confirm descent. To serve the dead is to claim membership within their household. A pretender could imitate royal clothing, but ancestor ritual demanded recognized connection. Participation marked who belonged inside the dynasty. This made burial places politically sensitive. Control of a royal tomb could support a claim. Destruction of a rival grave could weaken memory. Moving a body might relocate legitimacy from one city to another. The dead possessed territory. Their tombs anchored ancestry to land. A dynasty ruling an ancient city benefited from burying its members near respected predecessors. The landscape itself became a genealogy. One mound held a founder, another held a victorious king, a third contained a queen remembered for temple patronage. Each grave deepened the family's claim. The city did not simply belong to the living ruler, it held his ancestors in its soil. To remove him would disturb more than politics. It would disturb the dead. A curious custom found across several ancient societies involved feeding deceased family members through tubes, channels, or openings leading into graves. The practice varied widely, and not every burial included it, yet the image is striking. The family gathered above. The dead waited below. Drink passed through earth. The boundary remained thin. Feel that burial was not always understood as complete separation. The deceased continued to require attention, and the living continued to expect influence from them. A neglected ancestor might bring misfortune. A properly honoured one might protect descendants. Royal families could therefore present political success as ancestral approval. Victory showed that the dead remained favourable. Defeat raised uncomfortable questions about broken ritual or disputed succession. Religion and inheritance became intertwined. A prince with questionable ancestry faced more than legal doubt. He might appear unable to perform the correct obligations for the royal dead. Who would accept his offerings? Whose name could he speak? Which tomb acknowledged him? These questions gave genealogy sacred force. A written pedigree could identify descent, but ritual enacted it before witnesses. The heir proved belonging through controlled access to ancestral spaces. The tomb became an archive made of bodies. Its records were not read. They were visited. Objects inside royal graves added another layer of meaning. Seals could identify offices. Weapons suggested command. Jewelry reflected connections with distant regions. Imported materials demonstrated that the deceased stood at the center of broad exchange networks. Lapis lazuli, gold, shell, and rare stone traveled vast distances before entering burial chambers. Their presence made the tomb a map of influence. The ruler carried the world underground. A fringe theory claims that certain royal burials preserve evidence of rulers believed to possess non-human ancestry. Supporters point to unusual grave goods, elaborate ritual, and sacred titles. The material evidence does not establish such a conclusion. Extraordinary burial usually reflects extraordinary status, not unusual biology. Still, ancient royal ideology encouraged separation between rulers and ordinary people. The king stood closer to divine order, and his burial expressed that distinction. The tomb made hierarchy permanent. A farmer returned to soil with modest goods. A ruler entered a chamber filled with symbols of cosmic and political importance. The difference taught the living what society believed. Not all royal graves survived untouched. Robbers entered many torn tombs. Sometime soon after burial, they removed precious materials, disturbed bodies, and broke ritual order. This created another political problem. If enemies violated the tomb, had they defeated the dynasty twice? Once in life, once in memory, rulers responded by hiding graves, sealing entrances, guarding cemeteries, or placing curses against intruders. The warnings promised divine punishment, illness, loss of descendants, or destruction of the offender's name. The final threat was especially severe. To lose one's name meant losing remembrance. A body could decay, a name maintained existent. Erasing an inscription therefore carried symbolic violence. Rivals chipped away titles, damaged faces, and replaced names with their own. They understood that memory supports authority. Destroy the name, and the ancestor weakens. Preserve the name, and the dynasty remains present. Scholars continue debating the meaning of some elite burials, especially graves containing numerous attendants. Earlier interpretations assumed mass sacrifice during royal funerals. Later studies have considered poisons, ritual death, stage ceremony, and more complex burial sequences. The evidence remains difficult. Bones, soil, and objects do not explain intention easily. What appears certain is that court hierarchy extended into funerary ritual. The burial gathered many lives around one central identity. That arrangement reflects the structure of the palace itself. The ruler occupied the center. Others surrounded him through service. Death preserved the pattern, yet the people buried nearby should not vanish behind royal spectacle. Each attendant had a life, family, skills, and personal history. Their names often disappeared. The royal name remained. This imbalance reveals how elite memory works. Power concentrates remembrance upon itself while reducing others to roles. Musician, car driver. The tomb preserves bodies but not equal stories. A gold headdress survives. The person who wore it becomes uncertain. A lyre survives. The musician's final thoughts remain unreachable. Silence gathers round the unnamed. Royal bloodlines depended upon this sequence. Their continuity required thousands of people whose labour built tombs, prepared offerings, guarded graves, and repeated ancestral names. The dynasty appeared eternal because many others maintained it. Memory was work. It had schedules, supplies, personnel, and expense. A neglected tomb could fade within generations. A funded cult could preserve a ruler for centuries. Immortality required administration. Kings who established offerings for themselves attempted to control remembrance before death. They granted land, appointed priests, and dedicated resources to future ceremonies. The arrangement treated memory like an Fields produced grain. Grain supported ritual staff. The staff maintained the name. A ruler converted property into continued presence. This was perhaps the most ambitious inheritance of all. Not land, not silver, time. The dynasty sought ownership over how future generations would remember the past. Every offering renewed the claim that royal ancestry remained sacred, relevant, and deserving of obedience. Outside the burial chamber, dawn begins to soften the sky. Workers place the final bricks across the entrance. The lamps inside grow faint. A priest speaks the royal name one last time before the passage is sealed. Above ground, the heir receives the seal of office. Below ground, the ancestor enters the hidden court of the dead. Between them lies packed earth, ritual obligation, and a promise that power will continue through remembrance. The tomb closes. The bloodline remains awake. The courtroom opens before sunrise, when the air still carries the coolness of night. Petitioners gather beneath a covered entrance, holding sealed tablets, witness lists, and folded cloth containing disputed objects. A judge enters quietly. Clerks arrange their reeds. Guards settle beside the doorway. No trumpet announces the beginning. Yet lives may change here. A field may pass from one household to another. A debt may be forgiven, enforced, or transferred. A child may be declared an heir. A servant may receive freedom. Law gives power a calm voice. Its words sound measured. Its consequences reach deeply. Ancient Mesopotamian rulers often presented justice as a sacred duty. Kings described themselves as protectors of widows, orphans, debtors, and people vulnerable to stronger households. Such claims were political. They were also moral. A ruler who could not preserve order risked appearing unworthy of divine favor. Courts therefore became important stages where government demonstrated control without soldiers. The weapon here was procedure. Records confirm that legal life depended upon witnesses, seals, oaths, contracts, and accepted custom. Surviving tablets preserve disputes over marriage, inheritance, adoption, land, wages, theft, loans, and injuries. The variety is remarkable. It reveals a society constantly negotiating boundaries: who belongs to a household, who controls property, who must support an aging parent, who carries responsibility when an agreement fails. Law does not merely punish crime, it organizes relationships. A family may seem private, but the court enters whenever inheritance becomes uncertain. A merchant may trust a relative, but a written contract becomes valuable when memory changes. Affection weakens under pressure. Clay remains firm. The legal tablet transforms spoken intention into durable obligation. Witnesses stand nearby while the document is read aloud. Seals confirm participation, and the finished record may enter a private archive. Years later, it can return. A son might present it after his father's death. A widow might use it to defend her property. An adopted heir might prove that his status was legally recognized. The past becomes evidence. This gives law a special role in preserving elite continuity. Powerful families could use courts to defend estates, marriages, and inheritance across generations. A claim supported by documents carried weight. A claim supported only by memory remained fragile. The household with an organized archive therefore possessed an advantage. It could produce contracts, genealogies, grants, and earlier judgments whenever conflict appeared. Power learned to file itself. The courtroom also gave rulers a way to reshape society. A royal decree could cancel certain debts, regulate prices, release people from obligations, or restore property believed to have been taken unfairly. These acts were often presented as renewal. The king corrected disorder. The social balance returned. Whether relief reached everyone remains uncertain. Powerful creditors could resist, adapt, or protect wealth through influence. Still, the decree created a public expectation that rulers should restrain excessive exploitation. Justice became part of royal performance. A king was not only a warrior, he was the guardian of measure. The most famous law collections were not modern legal codes in the strict sense. They did not list every rule governing daily life. Instead, they offered selected cases shaped into memorable statements. If a person does this, a result follows. The form appears precise. Reality remained complicated. Judges still consider a testimony's custom, status, and circumstance. The collection displayed the ruler's wisdom more than it operated as a complete handbook. This distinction remains important. A carved monument may look like a legal machine. It is also royal literature. The ruler stands before a deity, receiving authority to establish order. Beneath that image, cases unfold in disciplined language. Justice descends from above. The king becomes its earthly interpreter. The monument tells every viewer that law does not belong to private families alone. It belongs to a sacred political structure. Yet families knew how to work within that structure. They appointed guardians. They arranged marriages. They adopted heirs. They divided property before death to reduce conflict. Legal planning protected continuity. A childless couple might adopt someone who promised care and burial duties. The adopted person received inheritance in return. This arrangement shows that lineage could be constructed. Blood was important. Obligation could become equally important. A household facing extinction might legally create an heir, preserving property, rituals, and family identity through someone not born into the line. The law recognized social parenthood. That fact complicates every simple idea of a pure hidden bloodline. Elite continuity could depend upon adoption, marriage, guardianship, and carefully drafted agreements. Families survived because they were flexible. They treated ancestry as something protected by custom, not merely inherited through birth. A quirky legal dispute might involve a stubborn ox, a damaged wall, or a rented boat lost in rough water. The court had to decide who carried responsibility when animals, weather, or negligence caused harm. Ancient life produced wonderfully specific problems. An ox could gore someone, a roof could collapse, a field could flood because a canal was neglected. The law attempted to place consequence upon the proper person. Such cases reveal a practical world beneath royal ideology. farmers, builders, boatmen, and herders needed predictable judgments because daily life involved risk. Order was not abstract. It meant knowing who paid when something broke. Status shaped these judgments. Penalties could differ according to social rank, freedom, gender, or occupation. Ancient law did not treat every person equally. It protected hierarchy while limiting chaos. This mixture can feel uncomfortable because justice and inequality appear within the same tablet, yet the society producing those rules regarded rank as part of order. The law did not ask whether hierarchy should exist. It asked how hierarchy should function. A noble household received certain protections. A dependent laborer faced other expectations. A servant occupied a legal position defined partly by ownership and duty. The court recognized each category and enforced boundaries between them. Categories make administration easier. They also make lives narrower. A person entering court could be reduced to role, status, and obligation. The full complexity of emotion rarely appeared in the final record. A marriage dispute might contain years of resentment. The tablet lists property, and inheritance conflicts might involve grief, jealousy, and fear. The document names shares. Law calms human turmoil by removing much of its voice. That calmness can be misleading. Behind every neat formula stands a household under strain. A daughter believes she was excluded. A brother fears losing land. A widow argues that promises made privately should still be honoured. The judge listens while clerks record only what the institution needs. Scholars openly debate how consistently royal legal ideals were applied across cities and social groups. Some evidence suggests active courts and widespread contract use. Other evidence points toward local custom, private negotiation, and unequal access. A poor labourer might know the law. Knowing it did not guarantee success. Witnesses could be pressured. Officials could favour influential families. Documents could be lost. Justice depended upon institutions run by human beings. That weakness created space for patronage. A person with powerful relatives might reach a judge more easily. A temple connection could strengthen credibility. A wealthy household could maintain better archives and hire experienced scribes. The law promised order. Social position shape who could use it effectively. This is how visible rules can protect invisible networks. Nothing illegal needs to occur. Vantage operates through preparation, reputation, and access. One family knows which witnesses matter. Another understands how to frame a claim. A third controls the office storing earlier records. The courtroom remains public. The strongest strategies remain private. A fringe theory claims that ancient law collections encoded instructions from a superior hidden caste, preserving social control through sacred punishment. The claim exceeds the evidence. Legal traditions developed gradually through administration, custom, and political need. Still, the suspicion arises from something real. Law often appears neutral while preserving existing power. Its language speaks of order. Its structure may favour those already organised. This pattern does not require a secret council. It emerges whenever institutions value stability more than equality. Rulers supported law because predictable society produced taxes, labour, trade, and obedience. Families supported law because contracts protected property. Temples supported law because ritual and land required recognized boundaries. Each institution benefited. The ordinary petitioner benefited too, at least when procedure restrained arbitrary force. Law could protect the weak. It could also teach the weak where they belonged. That double character made it durable. A system based only on terror invites resistance. A system offering genuine protection alongside hierarchy feels more legitimate. People defend institutions that sometimes defend them. The judge lifts a tablet and asks the witnesses to confirm their seals. One man hesitates, another speaks clearly. A clerk repeats the terms. The room grows still. Outside, the market awakens. Bakers open ovens. Animals move through narrow lanes. and families begin another day of bargaining, labor, and obligation. Inside, the judge delivers the decision. One household gains the field, another receives compensation. The tablet is sealed, the dispute enters memory in a form the court recognizes. No mystery surrounds the process, yet something hidden takes shape through repetition. Families who understand law preserve themselves. Households who preserve themselves gain influence. Influence becomes custom. Custom begins to resemble destiny. The city wakes beneath a copper-coloured sky as workers climb the broad steps of a newly restored sanctuary. Fresh plaster brightens the walls, while masons press decorative cones into wet surfaces. A ruler watches from below. He has rebuilt the temple, and he has also rebuilt the story of his reign. Construction is never only construction when kings command it. A wall can protect a city, but it can also display authority. A canal can carry water, yet its inscription may describe the ruler as guardian of abundance. Every public work speaks twice. One voice serves practical need. The other announces legitimacy. Mesopotamian rulers understood that stone and brick could shape memory more effectively than speeches. A proclamation disappears into the air, but a temple platform remains visible across generations. The building becomes evidence. It seems to prove that the ruler possessed wealth, labor, divine approval, and control over time itself. He organized thousands of workers. He gathered materials from distant regions. He completed what weaker men could not. The monument stands where argument ends. Royal building inscriptions often describe temples as ancient foundations restored after neglect. The ruler claimed he had discovered earlier plans, followed sacred measurements, or obeyed instructions received through dreams and divination. This language made innovation appear traditional. A king might construct something ambitious and unfamiliar, yet present it as the recovery of an older sacred design. Nothing truly new was admitted. The ruler was restoring what the gods had always intended. This idea offered protection against suspicion. Communities could resist sudden change, especially when it affected sacred space. Restoration sounded safer than invention. The king did not challenge tradition. He rescued it. A foundation deposit hidden beneath the building strengthened this claim. Workers placed inscribed objects, figurines, tablets, or symbolic materials inside walls and corners before sealing them from view. Ordinary worshippers never saw them. Future builders might. The ruler wrote for an audience not yet born. He imagined another king discovering the deposit centuries later. The message asked that future ruler to honor the inscription, preserve the name, and avoid damaging the work. Architecture became correspondence across time. A ruler spoke to successors through buried clay. He requested respect. He also issued warnings. Anyone destroying the inscription might face divine anger, loss of heirs, military defeat, or the erasure of his own name. The curse protected memory. It also revealed royal anxiety. Every king knew that another dynasty might eventually replace him. Walls could be rebuilt, statues renamed, and inscriptions scraped away. Monuments appear permanent. Rulers understood their fragility. This fear encouraged them to build repeatedly. A ruler restored temples, repaired gates, dug canals, and placed his name wherever public life passed. Each project multiplied remembrance. A traveller entered through a gate bearing the royal title. A priest climbed steps marked by the king's dedication. A farmer used water from a canal praised in an inscription. The ruler entered daily experience through infrastructure. He did not need to stand beside every citizen. His name already occupied the landscape. This practice helped transform political power into something that felt natural. When authority is embedded in walls, roads, reservoirs, and sanctuaries, it appears as part of the environment. The palace provides order. The ruler provides water. The dynasty provides access to the goods. Such claims can become difficult to separate from ordinary survival. A family needing irrigation may resent taxes, but still depend upon the canal system maintained by the state. A city may dislike forced labor, yet celebrate the completed defensive wall. Power becomes both burden and protection. This ambiguity sustains obedience. People do not submit only because they are frightened. They also recognize that large projects require coordination beyond individual household. The ruler claims credit for that coordination, sometimes fairly, sometimes generously. Royal inscriptions rarely mention exhausted workers, disputed land, or villages required to provide materials. They present construction as smooth, joyful, and universally welcomed. The mud brick never complains. The inscription does not record blisters. A labor force might include paid specialists, dependent workers, soldiers, prisoners, and people fulfilling public obligations. Their experiences differed sharply. A master builder could gain prestige. A conscripted farmer might lose valuable days during planting season. Both contributed to the monument. Only the king's name dominated its surface. This concentration of credit reveals another mechanism of elite continuity. Collective labor becomes dynastic achievement. Thousands build, one family remembers itself. The process does not require the population to believe every boast. A citizen may roll his eyes at royal praise while still accepting the larger idea that kings are responsible for public works. Gentle skepticism can coexist with deep loyalty to the system. A quirky practice involved bricks stamped with royal names. These marks could appear by the thousands inside walls, floors, and temple platforms. Most remained invisible once construction ended. The repetition seems excessive. That excess was the point. The ruler's identity became physically embedded throughout the structure. Even when exterior inscriptions faded, hidden bricks preserved the association. The building contained the king. A later ruler repairing the site might uncover those names and face a choice. He could respect the earlier dedication, remove it, or add his own inscription beside it. The act became a conversation between dynasties. Some kings proudly reported discovering ancient foundation records. They restored the building and honored the earlier ruler, presenting themselves as careful guardians of memory. Others replaced names more aggressively. Both strategies served legitimacy. Respecting the past made a ruler look pious. Overwriting the past made him look dominant. The correct choice depended upon circumstance. A weak newcomer benefited from association with respected predecessors. A victorious conqueror might prefer to demonstrate complete control. Yet even conquerors often preserved sacred continuity. Destroying a rival palace could display strength. Destroying a beloved temple risked angering the population and the gods. Sacred buildings possessed political immunity, not always, but often enough to matter. Temples also organized time through festivals, processions, and seasonal ceremonies. Public movement transformed architecture into living theatre. A divine image left the sanctuary. Crowds filled the streets. Officials displayed offering. The ruler appeared beside priests in carefully arranged order. The city became a state. Participation renewed social hierarchy without requiring formal instruction. People saw who walked first, who stood closest, and who received access to restricted spaces. Rank moved visibly through the streets. A child watching the procession learned political order through colour, sound, distance, and repetition. No lecture was needed. The body understood where everyone belonged. Music announced sacred presence. Incense marked holy space. Guards controlled movement. The ruler's place near the divine image suggested privileged connection. The arrangement entered memory through sensation. That memory could be stronger than written law. Festivals also offered food, celebration, and relief from ordinary labor. They created genuine communal pleasure, which strengthened their political value. Authority wrapped itself in music. Hierarchy arrived with bread and beer. The population did not experience the event only as propaganda. People met relatives, watched performers, traded goods, and enjoyed public spectacle. Power endured partly because it attached itself to pleasure. A regime that controls celebration influences memory. Years may later be recalled through unusual festivals, great constructions or dramatic processions. A ruler associated with abundance can survive in popular tradition even when his policies were uneven. Memory prefers vivid scenes. It forgets tax calculations. This helps explain why monuments and festivals shaped dynastic reputation so effectively. They condensed complicated reigns into memorable images. The king built the Great Wall. The queen dedicated the Golden Vessel. The prince led the procession during the Year of Plenty. These scenes travelled easily through oral storytelling. A fringe interpretation claims sacred architecture encoded hidden astronomical knowledge preserved by elite families across generations. Some buildings did align with celestial events, and ancient scholars observed the sky with care. Yet not every orientation carries secret meaning. Practical geography, earlier foundations, and urban layout also shaped construction. The fascination remains understandable. A temple rising toward the sky naturally invites cosmic interpretation. Its height, direction, and ceremonial movement make earthly power appear connected to heavenly order. Architecture encourages belief before any explanation begins. You feel small beneath a massive platform. That feeling is political. The building convinces through scale. It suggests that those commanding such labor possess access to powers beyond ordinary life. Modern scholars continue debating how much ordinary people understood royal monuments as expressions of ideology. Some may have accepted the intended message, others may have focused upon local identity, religious devotion, or economic benefit. Meaning is never controlled completely. A temple can praise a king while becoming beloved for reasons unrelated to him. A wall can symbolize royal strength and neighborhood safety at the same time. People use monuments differently from those who commission them. This gap creates unexpected survival. A dynasty may disappear, yet its buildings remain useful. New rulers repair them. New priests reinterpret them. New communities attach different memories to old foundations. The structure outlives its original message, but it does not become empty. Every rebuilding leaves another layer. Names accumulate beneath floors and inside walls. Earlier plans shape later construction. The city becomes a buried argument about rightful order. One dynasty adds a gate, another restores a sanctuary, another expands the platform and claims ancient authorization. Political change erases vertically. Archaeologists later cut through these layers, finding one reign beneath another. Each ruler once believed his work would define the site permanently. Instead, his monument became a foundation for someone else. There is something quietly humbling in that. Power builds upward, time buries it. The workers descend from the temple platform as evening approaches. Their tools leave shallow marks in unfinished plaster. Below, the ruler places a ceremonial brick into the foundation. Priests speak blessings while a scribe reads the dedication aloud. The words praise divine favor, restored order, and eternal remembrance. The king listens calmly. He knows the brick will soon disappear beneath many others. That hidden position does not weaken its purpose. It strengthens it. The inscription will wait inside the building, protected from weather and ordinary hands. Perhaps centuries will pass before another person sees it. The ruler is not speaking only to his city. He is speaking to time above him. The temple rises slowly into the fading light. Its walls gather prayer, labor, ambition, and carefully arranged memory. The structure will shelter gods. It will organize crowds. It will preserve a name. And beneath every visible surface, the dynasty will remain pressed into clay. The horizon glows faintly beneath a veil of smoke, though no sunrise has yet appeared. Beyond the city wall, abandoned fields lie pale under the moon, their irrigation channels choked with silt. A watchman listens from the gate. No caravan approaches. No messenger carries tribute. Silence reaches the capital before collapse does. A kingdom rarely disappears in one dramatic moment. Its institutions weaken unevenly. Grain deliveries arrive late. Provincial officers stop answering, soldiers receive smaller rations, temple repairs are postponed, roads become unsafe. The center still issues commands, but fewer people obey them. Power continues speaking after authority has begun to fade. Ancient Mesopotamian states faced repeated periods of fragmentation caused by drought, warfare, shifting rivers, economic strain, rebellion, and competition among regional rulers. No single explanation fits every collapse. Environmental evidence suggests that severe climatic disruption affected some periods. Written records reveal conflict, food shortage, migration, and administrative difficulty. The pattern remains complicated. A failing harvest does not destroy an empire by itself. A weak court may survive drought through storage, trade, and careful distribution. A strong storm becomes dangerous when political trust is already thin. Crisis exposes hidden fractures. Officials protect local resources. Retain soldiers near home. Elite households move wealth into safer regions. Merchants avoid dangerous roads. The state appears to lose strength suddenly, though the retreat has been happening quietly for years. A ruler may still sit upon a throne. His kingdom has already become smaller. The first signs often appear in accounting. Fewer animals arrive at central storehouses, labor groups shrink, tax lists become irregular, administrative tablets grow less orderly. The system begins forgetting parts of itself. A village once counted carefully may vanish from reports. A canal district may stop sending measurements. A border town may appear only through complaints about raids. Absence becomes information. The archive shows where control no longer reaches, yet official inscriptions resist such honesty. Kings continue claiming victory, prosperity, and divine favor because royal language is designed to display certainty. A ruler facing defeat may commission stronger praise. A weakening dynasty may emphasize ancient legitimacy more aggressively. The louder the claim of permanence, the more uncertain the moment may be. This creates a strange difficulty for historians. A triumphant inscription can stand beside evidence of collapse. The king declares all lands obedient while local rulers issue their own documents. He claims overflowing granaries while private letters complain of shortage. Truth divides according to purpose. The monument reassures. The letter warns. The rationalist measures. You must listen to all three. As central authority weakens, local families become more important. They control wells, grain, workshops, and neighborhood loyalties. People seek help from whoever can provide immediate protection. A distant ruler may promise order. A nearby household can open a storeroom tonight. This practical difference reshapes allegiance. An established family distributes food and gains followers. It hires guards and secures a district. It negotiates with raiders, migrants, or neighboring towns. Becomes local sovereignty. The household does not announce a revolution. It simply begins performing duties the state can no longer manage. Over time, residents bring disputes there. Workers accept its rations. Priests include its leaders in public ceremonies. Authority gathers round usefulness. The collapse of a dynasty therefore does not erase every structure beneath it. Smaller networks survive because they are rooted in daily life. Families remain. Workshops remain. Religious communities remain. Trade may contract, but exchange continues. People do not stop organizing because an empire fails. They organize more urgently. This survival creates the illusion that a hidden order has escaped destruction. Familiar titles reappear under new rulers. Old ceremonies return in reduced form. Legal habits continue. Weights and measurements remain recognizable. The cultural system seems strangely untouched by a political ruin, yet continuity often belongs to ordinary practice. A potter teaches the same techniques because they still work. A farmer clears the same canal because the field still needs water. A priest repeats a prayer because the community expects it. A judge uses an old formula because people recognize its authority. Civilization persists through repetition. No secret command is required. Still, elite households are especially well prepared to preserve complex traditions. They possess trained scribes, stored wealth, marriage connections, and knowledge of administration. When the capital weakens, these families carry fragments of government into smaller courts. A former palace clerk serves a provincial ruler. A temple scholar enters another city. A military household transferred loyalty. Kills migrate with people. The fallen empire scatters its methods across the landscape. This dispersal can make later states appear unexpectedly sophisticated. A new ruler does not create administration from nothing. He gathers experienced people from older systems. They bring forms, titles, rituals, and habits. The new kingdom grows from inherited expertise. Its founders may claim divine revelation. Much of their success comes from displaced professionals. One curious survival pattern involves libraries and private tablet collections discovered far from the courts where certain traditions began. Texts travelled because scholars copied them, carried them, and taught them to students. A composition could outlive the city that produced it. The words became refugees. They crossed political borders. They entered new archives. A later ruler might read a hymn written under a vanished dynasty and adopt its language for himself. The old text acquired a new patron. Memory changed households without disappearing. This is how cultural ancestry can resemble blood descent. A line of teachers replaces a line of fathers. A school transmits identity across generations. The student inherits intellectual property. He also inherits loyalties, assumptions, and methods of interpretation. Such continuity can remain nearly invisible because education happens in small rooms. No army witnesses the transfer. A teacher places a tablet before a child. The child copies the signs. An ancient worldview enters another mind. During political collapse, these small acts become crucial. Large monuments may be abandoned, but portable knowledge survives. A tablet fits inside a basket. A ritual can live in memory. A legal formula can be taught without a palace. The most durable systems are often those that can shrink. A great state requires roads, taxes, soldiers, and enormous supplies. A family archive requires one dry room. An empire may fail under pressure. A household bends. This flexibility explains how certain elite names return after periods of disorder. A family withdraws from public view, preserves wealth, and reappears when conditions stabilize. Later generations may interpret the return as evidence of uninterrupted control. The reality could be less dramatic. Survival favors caution. A household abandons a dangerous office. It relocates children. It divides property across several cities. One branch disappears, another continues quietly. When opportunity returns, descendants reclaim status through marriage, education, or remembered ancestry. To observers, the family seems immortal. In truth, it has learned to hide from risk. A fringe theory imagines that ancient elite bloodlines deliberately engineered collapses to remove rivals and rebuild society under renewed control. The surviving evidence does not support such a coordinated design. Collapse harmed elites as well as ordinary people. Palaces burned. Archives vanished. Royal families were killed, displaced, or forgotten. Disaster rarely obeys those who believe they command it. Yet some groups certainly profited from instability. Local rulers gained independence. Military leaders seized territory. Wealthy households purchased distressed land. Crisis redistributes advantage. It does not distribute it fairly. Those with stored grain can lend it. Those with silver can buy property. Those with guards can protect warehouses. The vulnerable sell what they possess to survive. Economic hardship therefore concentrates wealth even without a secret plan. A family emerging stronger may later describe its success as divine favor. The story hides uncomfortable details. Patience becomes destiny. Opportunity becomes righteousness. The surviving household writes the account. Open scholarly debate continues around the role of climate in major political breakdowns. Some researchers emphasize long droughts and environmental pressure. Others warn that environmental explanations can oversimplify political choices, warfare, inequality, and regional variation. A dry period may weaken one state while another adapts. Human response remains decisive. This matters because collapse is never merely natural. Rivers shift, rain fails, and temperatures change. But societies decide how food is stored and distributed. They decide who receives protection. They decide whose debts are enforced. They decide which communities are abandoned. A crisis reveals the moral structure of power. The elite household preserving grain may save hundreds. It may also demand land in return. The same act can look like rescue and exploitation. Ancient records rarely preserve every perspective. One tablet records alone. It does not record the borrower's fear. Another lists a land transfer. It does not describe the family leaving that field. Administrative calm hides emotional ruin. The people displaced by collapse carry culture as well. They move into new regions, marry into other communities, and introduce language and techniques, recipes, and stories. Migration changes both newcomers and hosts. A tradition survives by becoming different. This process troubles anyone searching for a pure lineage. Human groups mix under pressure. Identity stretches across households and landscapes. The hidden bloodline becomes harder to define. Is it ancestry, education, custom, access? Perhaps what survives is not a family at all, but a set of methods repeatedly adopted by whoever gains power. Store grain, protect records, control appointments, honor sacred places. Crisis to present or these principles pass from regime to regime because they remain effective. The city gate opens at dawn. A small group leaves quietly before the heat rises. They carry children, sealed jars, folded textiles, and a basket of tablets wrapped against dust. No royal procession marks their departure. No musician plays. Behind them, the capital still stands, but its streets feel uncertain. Ahead lies another town where relatives have promised shelter. The travelers walk steadily. Inside one basket rest contracts, family names, prayers, and calculations copied across generations. The kingdom may vanish. The knowledge travels onward. The museum gallery is nearly empty when evening light begins to fade across the glass cases. Clay tablets rest beneath soft illumination, each one carrying marks pressed by hands that vanished thousands of years ago. You move slowly between them. A royal name appears, then a temple account, then a contract listing fields, children, witnesses, and inherited obligations. The hidden bloodline seems close enough to touch, yet the closer you look, the less it resembles one family. Across ancient Mesopotamia, power passed through many forms. It traveled through royal descent, sacred office, household education, land ownership, military command, marriage, law, and control of written memory. No single path explains everything. A throne might pass from father to son. Another ruler might seize it through war. A priestly family could preserve authority without ruling openly. A merchant householder could influence several courts. An administrator could build a local dynasty. A conqueror could enter the sacred order by adopting its language and rituals. The pattern looks continuous because the methods survive. People change. Institutions remember. This distinction lies at the center of the mystery. A literal bloodline would require biological continuity across wars, migrations, epidemics, collapsed cities, and countless marriages. Such continuity is possible within limited families. It becomes far harder to demonstrate across thousands of years and many kingdoms. The surviving records do not reveal one secret lineage, guiding humanity from behind every throne. They reveal something less theatrical and perhaps more unsettling. They reveal systems that reproduce privilege. Children born near authority inherit more than names. They inherit confidence, education, introductions, property, and familiarity with institutions. They know which door to approach. They understand when to speak. They recognize titles, customs, and hidden expectations before outsiders even know those expectations exist. Advantage becomes almost invisible to those who possess it. A child raised among officials may consider administrative language ordinary. A child raised in a trading family may learn negotiation through daily conversation. A royal child grows accustomed to ceremony. A priestly child learns sacred texts. Each household passes forward a map of power. The map is not written in one place. It lives in habits. This is why elite continuity can resemble conspiracy. Outcomes repeat across generations, even when no secret council plans them. The same families hold offices. The same households acquire land. The same circles arrange marriages and education. Observers see a closed pattern and imagine a hidden hand. Sometimes hidden agreements certainly existed. Courts formed private alliances. Officials concealed plans. Relatives protected one another. Ancient politics included secrecy because all politics includes secrecy. But secrecy is not the same as one continuous design. Most long-lasting systems survive through repetition rather than perfect control. People imitate successful behavior. Institutions reward familiar backgrounds. Power recognizes itself. A governor trusts someone trained like him. A priest favors a family known to the temple. A ruler marries into a household whose status carries fewer risks. These decisions may seem reasonable individually. Together, they narrow access. The hidden bloodline may therefore be social before it is biological. It consists of people taught how to enter power, preserve it, and pass it forward. Blood helps identify the household. Training makes the household effective. Memory gives it legitimacy. The combination can survive astonishing disruption. Modern genetic research has transformed understanding of ancient migration and population change. Studies published by major scientific institutions show that ancient communities were rarely isolated for long. People moved. Populations mixed. Families crossed regions through trade, conflict, marriage, and resettlement. This evidence weakens fantasies of perfectly pure lineages preserved unchanged across immense periods. Human ancestry forms a web, not a sealed chain. Yet genetic continuity can still exist alongside cultural transformation. A family may remain in one region while adopting new languages, religions, and political identities. Another family may preserve traditions while becoming biologically mixed. Blood and culture travel differently. This difference matters whenever ancient identity is treated as something simple. A ruler might claim descent from a famous predecessor without possessing direct biological connection. The claim could be political, symbolic, or created through marriage. Ancient people understood lineage flexibly when flexibility served order. A dynasty could adopt an ancestor. A city could inherit a god. A conqueror could become the restorer of traditions he had not created. Continuity was often constructed grueler. That does not make it meaningless. Constructed traditions still shape real lives. A coronation ceremony may rest upon old symbolism, yet the soldiers obey afterward. A genealogy may contain legendary names, yet it can still determine inheritance. Belief creates consequences. The hidden system becomes real because people act as though it is real. One unusual ancient practice involved rulers seeking old inscriptions during restoration projects. Workers dug beneath temples, hoping to locate foundation records left by forgotten kings. Finding such an object could produce genuine excitement. The new ruler treated the ancient inscription as instruction, blessing, and proof of continuity. Imagine the moment. Lifts a clay deposit from darkness. A scribe cleans the surface. The name of a ruler dead for centuries becomes readable again. The present king then places his own record nearby. 2 reins touch beneath the floor. This gesture captures the entire hidden timeline. Power does not move only forward, it reaches backward, selects useful ancestors, and invites them into the present. The dead give prestige, the living give them renewed attention. Each side benefits. A fringe interpretation argues that these recoveries show rulers following instructions from an ancient guiding order. The idea imagines sacred knowledge transmitted through concealed groups since the earliest cities. Some traditions were certainly restricted. Advanced learning often remained inside specialist circles. Ritual knowledge could pass through selected families or schools, but restricted knowledge does not prove control over all civilization. Most evidence points toward many competing centers of authority rather than one unified command. Temples disagreed, cities fought, dynasties destroyed one another. Regional traditions developed differently. The ancient world was too divided to fit neatly beneath one hidden family. Still, division does not remove pattern. Rulers rose across regions, repeatedly claimed sacred ancestry, restored old monuments, protected elite marriage, controlled archives, and educated successors. They did so because these methods worked. The system guided history without needing a single guide. Perhaps this is more disturbing than a secret council. A council can be discovered. A system can exist everywhere. It can survive even when participants do not fully understand it. Each generation follows customs that reward continuity. The result looks planned from a distance. Up close, it consists of thousands of small decisions. A father trains a son. A mother protects a daughter's marriage. A teacher selects a promising student. An official appoints a trusted cousin. A judge recognizes an old claim. A priest repeats a royal title. No single act controls history. Together, they shape its direction. This interpretation does not remove human agency. Outsiders entered power. Rebellions succeeded. New communities changed old systems. History was never completely sealed. The walls around privilege contained gates. Those gates opened more easily for some than others. A talented scribe might rise from modest circumstances. A successful soldier could establish a dynasty. A merchant could purchase land and marry into an elite household. Mobility existed. It often required adoption into existing structures. The newcomer learned the language of legitimacy. He accepted sacred customs, legal forms, and political expectations. He entered power by becoming recognizable to it. The system changed him. He also changed the system slightly. This slow exchange explains why civilizations appear both stable and transformed. Ancient institutions preserved recognizable patterns while absorbing new peoples, gods, languages, and technologies. Continuity did not mean stillness, it meant controlled adaptation. The bloodline survived because it was never only blood. It was a method of remembering who belonged. It was a method of teaching authority. It was a method of turning successful households into necessary institutions. The final tablet in the gallery contains no royal hymn. It records a modest transaction involving property and inheritance. Several witnesses are named. A seal confirms agreement. For the people involved expected the document to matter beyond the moment. They were correct. Their world has vanished. But the tablet remains beneath glass, holding one small arrangement of trust and power. You study the marks. Nothing supernatural appears there. Nothing simple appears there either. Each sign belongs to a civilization that understood how fragile order could be. Rivers shifted. Walls fell, dynasties ended. So people pressed memory into clay. They named heirs. They preserved duties. They connected the living with the dead. Through these acts, authority became capable of surviving individual lives. Perhaps the hidden bloodline was never a chain of mysterious rulers. Perhaps it was the inherited ability to shape memory. Those who controlled remembrance could decide which past appeared sacred, which family seemed legitimate, and which future felt inevitable. They did not guide every human choice. They guided the stories through which choices were understood. That influence is harder to see than a crown. It may also be more enduring. The gallery lights dim gradually. Reflections spread across the glass. and your own face appears beside the ancient tablets. For a moment, past and present occupy the same surface. You wonder which habits have reached your world from systems no one consciously remembers. Which titles still command respect? Which families still inherit access? Which institutions still preserve themselves by teaching each generation that their order is natural? The questions do not belong only to ancient Sumer. They follow civilization wherever memory becomes power. The tablets remain silent. Perhaps they have already said enough. The museum doors close softly, and the ancient gallery settles into darkness. Beyond the walls, the modern city continues beneath electric light, moving through familiar routines of work, family, duty, and hope. You carry no final proof with you, only patterns. A name passes through generations. A custom survives a ruined city. A child learns which words open doors. A family protects its place by preserving memory. These things are ordinary enough to ignore. Together, they can shape centuries. Perhaps there was never one hidden bloodline guiding humanity. Perhaps there were many lines, crossing and separating, rising and fading like rivers across a plain. Some carried ancestry, some carried knowledge, some carried sacred duties, legal habits, or quiet access to powerful rooms. The mystery remains because these forms of inheritance overlap. Blood becomes story, story becomes authority, authority becomes tradition. Then tradition begins to feel eternal. You can let the question rest now. The clay tablets do not demand an answer. They wait patiently as they have waited beneath collapsed walls, abandoned floors, and layers of wind-blown earth. Their makers are gone. Their fears are gone. Even their kings have become names pressed into silence. The night grows deeper. Dust settles upon distant ruins where moonlight touches broken brick. Reeds shift beside dark water, and somewhere beneath the soil, another tablet rests unread. Perhaps it contains a forgotten household, perhaps a royal secret, perhaps only a list of grain, and perhaps the difference is smaller than it seems, because every record belongs to the long human effort to preserve order against time. Your breathing slows. The ancient cities fade gently into darkness. Their gates close. Their lamps grow dim. Their unfinished story remains beneath the stars. And perhaps the story is not yet complete. Good night.